is a special presentation from E-Star Studios. Carry harder. History says, work hard, play harder, embrace the grind. The journey is an arduous lane, yet creates a lifetime bond.
1, 2, 3!
Fight. Learn. Reach beyond. History can't say what happens next.
Hello guys and welcome everyone back to the NACT. Today is week 5 and I'm your host Liz. I am super honored to be here today with two incredible casters all the way from Asia to international professionals bringing their expertise through MPL, through M Series, and today here to the NACT. How are you guys doing, Leo and Naisu?
I'm happy to be here, honored to be at your service, and again, just blessed to be given the opportunity to hang out tonight with you, Liz, and of course Joseph, to call some matches for NACT.
Hey, happy to be here, man. You know, we woke up early, we had a chat. We've been watching a lot of just Mobile Legends action across the board. I know you and I have been watching NACT, following it, and I can't wait to see how today unfolds.
Me too, and let's get the show started. Leo, bring us through the tournament format.
Yeah, not just today, because today we're smack dab in the middle of round 2. There's been the qualifiers, there's been the round robin for the first time around, so this is the last chance for teams to try and qualify for the playoffs. And after that, we're going to go to a grand final that's going to be on ground, and the winner of which is going to fly out for MSC 2023. So, you know, it's a long road, so I'm glad to have jumped in at this point.
And you know, it's funny because I think it's already announced that I'm going to be there for the grand final, so I can't wait to see that unfold. Wish you could go with me, man. But looking at the schedule as well, this is for today, of course. We're kicking it off, right? Strong Area 77 versus Wasians. And then, of course, we have BloodThirstyKings later on versus the Empire. That's actually going to be a really interesting match as things are kind of falling into place here. We've got LaimiTop still, you know, battling it out strong, looking for that series win versus Fallout. And then, of course, we're ending it with a banger, man. It's Ackerman and the TheOhioBrothers. A 1 and 2 spot, and I think a lot of people are looking forward to see if anybody can actually take down the TheOhioBrothers and kind of put them in their place a little bit here, because so far, man, what can we say? The TheOhioBrothers have been on a roll, like a steamroll up to this point.
And they've really brought the reshuffle to the NA scene, and it's something that we're super excited about. But before we get started, let's go through what all these players have been fighting for, guys. The tour. Yes.
There it is.
There it is. $50,000 worth of total prizes with $24,000 cash prize, as well as $90,000 worth of diamonds. And here, the first place will get 15,000 USD and 100,000 diamonds. But like Leo mentioned, the total prize they're bringing home is to the chance to go to the MSC, be the first team to represent NA in another tournament in the international scene. I mean, guys, compared to what you've been seeing in the C's server, what do you feel about this?
Yeah, I think you put it right on the nose, Liz. It's that fact that this is the first MSC to feature NA is going to be a priceless opportunity. Yes, 15 Gs, 6K, 2.5K, again, split up between, 5 to 6 or 7 just individuals with a dream. That's good, but again, to fly out to Cambodia to hashtag see the world, that's priceless.
Hashtag see the world. I love it. But yeah, that's the big thing is, right, this is the first time that you have a couple new faces for MSC coming up. I am super happy. I know Leo is as well, because we've been rooting for, the up and coming scene for NA, and the fact now that you guys have a spot in the, MSC title contention, that's amazing for me. And hopefully, again, who's to say that NA can't win it all, and I think a lot of people out there kind of doubt NA's skill capabilities, but to be honest, as you've seen it kind of advance over the seasons to a point, it will take time to develop. But look at the OhioBrothers, right? Just how much they've brought to the table. And I think whoever wins, whoever wins NACT here has a great chance to really show what NA is made out of in MSC.
And Leo and Nice will be here to witness with us the change and the progress that NA has been making. But before we get into the show today, we are going to be having a lot of amazing prizes again for the community, for all the viewers watching at home. So today, first, we will have 30 giveaway codes listed on the screen right here, which gives you a chance for advanced tournament chest that has 99.5% chance to tickets, match duds, and premium skin fragments, as well as 0.5% chance to one of these skins. So make sure you open the link in the description, type in your codes, and get yourself in line with the giveaway. Now, as you guys are typing in the giveaway, today we have a very special interview with Talon. So Talon, we hear that you are currently in a live event in LA. So please tell us about yourself and then tell us about these live events you're hosting.
Hello everyone, I am known as Tyrant, and I'm an offline moderator for offline events here for Mobile Legends in the West Coast. And currently I host about 1 or 2 events every month offline. I gather a lot of players here in California, bring them together, and we just all play together. And if you guys want more information about it, we post maybe a few weeks in advance. We post on Facebook. We post in the LOBB NA Discord server. We also have our own offline meetup server, which you would get through the sign up when you sign up. And we also have in-game messages, in-game announcements, and in-game mail. If you have any other questions, you can just message me.
Yeah, so before we get the players who are actually at the live event today to say hello to everyone, make sure you follow them on Facebook, join in the Discord servers. I'm sure we'll have more information in the link in the description to see how you can join into one of these live events. Now, Talon, bring us to the lovely community in LA right now.
All right, so here's everyone. If you guys want to,
Is that
All right, we're all excited. We're ready for the games that are upcoming, and we're ready to watch.
Yeah, and we're super ready too. Thank you everyone who showed up, and then thank you Talon for bringing us to the lovely community. Now, to get the show started, we are going to show you the 2023 spring standings currently. So the OhioBrothers and the Ackerman are still securing the top first and top second spot of this current tournament, but today we will have the first game between the 5th and 6th spot with Area 77 and the Wasians. So from the 4th to the 5th, the 16th, there's still a lot of leeways, a lot of rooms between the teams to see who really comes on top and make it to the qualifiers. Now, as usual, we have a list of predictions from our talent team. this week with the Wasians versus A77 game. We actually have everyone besides Trex and Stefweezy who thinks that it will be a 2-1 between A77 and Wasians. Now, we don't have Leo and Naisu's predictions, but let's hear what the C's pro casters have to say about these predictions and how our casters are doing in their predictions so far.
All right, so I see where Trex and Stefweezy are coming from, and yes, there's a lot between their right and wrong predictions so far, but I don't want to defend my own opinion by pointing out theirs, but Area 77, they're so close to actually cutting it to the top 4 and making it to the playoffs. And I'm an optimistic dude. So I'd like to think that that's going to propel them into going for the sweep. So they're going to play a little cleaner. They're going to do a little better starting from the draft. And I think that should be enough. Joseph, what do you think?
I think it's going to be a 2-1, man. I'm agreeing with the 2-1 boys here, and also Eunice, the lovely lady caster. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see how it all plays out here.
And we will find out just as we go into draft for the first game between Wasian and A77.
All right. Thanks, Liz. Now it's up to us to carry it on. Here we go. It's the Wasians going up against Area 77. Wasians on the play. Area 77 answering back. Joseph, these look familiar. I mean, save for the Fanny. The Fanny, usually, we see it let go. Like, it's fine these days. Usually in the second phase. But the Joy has been a menace.
You know, the funny thing is I feel like, again, watching so much MLBB, casting so much MLBB. You even see these other different MPL regions going. You know, essentially, if you're one of those viewers, a lot of the drafting, a lot of the bans is going to look somewhat similar. Now, the thing is like, depending on, you know, who's playing, what region is playing, they obviously have like certain picks they like to go for. And, you know, with this, one thing I can say about Wasians, after watching them, what is this? This is week 5 for NACT, right? So, Wasians, man, they have been, I would say, like flippy floppy. Either they surprise you or they pull something out that's more like, you know, something you're used to seeing. But I would rather say that it's either Coach Deku or Trex that pretty much said, you know, for the most part, Wasians have been kind of unorthodox, to say the least, right? Like, yep. And I want to see at this point, week 5, if that starts to actually change, things start to settle in, because you and I know, man, like even in the MPL Philippines, those first few weeks, it's like, oh, people are figuring things out. How's it going to fall into place? And then, you have stuff like this, right? Where you have some surprise bans as well. And that's the thing with the changes, right? There's always going to be kind of a variation in the draft and whatnot. But this is what I love about NACT, not just with these two teams, but you see some surprising picks and strategies. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. But I want to see if it's fallen into place now for week 5.
Speaking of the surprises, again, for those of us joining NACT or checking in for the first time, Wasians have been known to pick up things like a Jungle Alpha, a Hanabi in the gold, in the hands of one Ooga Booga. And again, it's not like they're doing it just for laughs, right? Not just for the memes, because they're the only team in NACT so far to get a win over the TheOhioBrothers. So if you check out the TheOhioBrothers win rate or record, they're the only loss, right? So that's something to watch out for. Now, given that they banned out the Faramis, we're looking out for one more pick from Area 77 to actually open up the draft, like what's left for the Wasians. Now, I can only really imagine, because if we're thinking about what a team that has a orthodox strategy or a playstyle that's easier to read, I'd say Valentina is open. I'd say Tanksalot is open. There goes the Arlet. But what's really going on in the Wasians' mind? Kaja is open. What do they trade for?
Well, there it is. There's the answer, right? If it's left open, you might as well grab it, right? Valentina, I feel like no matter who's playing, Valentina is probably one of the safest options, right? You go ahead and lock that in, because we've talked about this a lot. Pretty much with Valentina on the board, it's like, all right, now we got to kind of draft it away where we don't want these certain ultimates being taken. But then there are teams that are just like, you know what, we don't care. We'll just play around the fact that it is a Valentina. We'll give multiple good options for ultimates. It will make it like a mini game where it's like, all right, the Valentina's like, oh, which ultimate should I take, man? You know, and then it gets to the point where even comes down to I would say the most valuable ultimate is like the person stays in the bush, right? And doesn't even allow that to happen. So I think that's one of the safest picks here. The response, though, this is interesting, right? Area 77 is going to go ahead and lock in the Claude as well as the Kaja.
Yep, they're Armin Mar Cutie, one half of the Cutie Bros duo, and we've seen this kind of trend in most MPLs, right? Or in other regions from NACT, other than NACT, and the fact that they picked up the Kaja first opens up the possibility of snowballing early, so that the Claude can actually just pick up from mid to late. So I like it, but this is what happens when you let the Wasians draft to their strength and to, again, what the meta is providing. I mentioned it. Ugabuga's a Hanabi main. He's going to force it in. Here it is, along beside the glue. There's no natural predator. The glue is going to do what it wants. There's no Faramis.
Yeah, I like it, right? This is comfort for Ugabuga. Well, and, you know, love the name, too, because when you throw in the Hanabi there, and you know, I think the other comfort is like Bruno, but the fact is again, it might be unorthodox for a lot of people, but hey, if you want comfort and you want to have the best opportunity for, you know, these matches at this point, especially when those points, the way the point system works and everything here for NACT, might as well go with comfort. And you already locked it in with the glue. We know how valuable that glue can be, especially front line, played well as well, to be able to. We've seen a lot of lineup shots, I feel like, when that glue Beatrix combination is made up, but now I'm interested to see how the glue will actually complement or possibly work around this Hanabi pick.
Yeah. Say no more, Joseph. You're seeing glue Beatrix. How about glue Hanabi? That should be solid, because again, the glue is gonna cut through the lineup, and then the Hanabi is gonna make the most of that compromised formation. So I'm excited to see how, again, it might work. They just need maybe one more bit of peel. I'm looking for that roamer, but Area 77 is going to clamp down on that. They're going to choke out the choices left for Area 77 on behalf of Area 77, because the Wasians, Chacho is going to have to think about it. Rather, no, sorry, it's the roamer is going to have to pick something else from the Kufra. I like the Lunox pickup. The fact that the Lunox here is going to answer somewhat of what the glue is doing should fix what the Wasians are presenting. But I wonder, why the Esmeralda?
I think, again, this is like a pick that has popped up in NACT. Now, like, we've seen glimpses of Esmeralda kind of resurface, you know, in other parts of the world, but it's more so like, again, we're talking about comfort here for a lot of these NACT teams. Esmeralda, too, the fact that, like, even though she fell off, man, I don't feel like she is completely out of the meta. Like, she could work depending on how you build that team and everything. But on top of that, you know, I don't see, like, if, again, glue versus Esmeralda should be okay, but they decided to go ahead and ban it out. And this is also, you know, a response, because a lot of roams nowadays, you see that last ban, actually the last two, like you mentioned, the Kufra is already taken out, there's the Cho. So you have those two bans focused on the roam role. Man, we've seen Cho picks, right? Like, how valuable they can be, how, and I feel like a lot of people have gotten inspiration from their own roamers around the world, right? But we can't, you know, discredit the fact that Cho himself on a good roam position can make or break games. Like, literally, the especially if they got the fast hands going, you know, the whole combination and everything like that. So I think these are two great last bands coming out from Area 77. I'm really interested to see what this last band's going to be here from Wasians, though, because, yeah, they took out the Esmeralda, something that typically we don't see, but they also take out the Panda here. Akai is going to be banned out for the last ban for Wasians.
Yeah, this is a stark difference between regions. Again, in the NACT, yeah, they took out one possible jungler in the second phase, and that's the Akai. But if you take this same draft, at least from where we're at now, into Indonesia, into the Philippines, that means Taxalot is still open, right? Marcus is still open. There's still a lot of choices. And again, based on the games that we've watched so far in this current split, how the jungler rotates or how that jungler makes the most of that early to mid farm is what eventually helps your gold laner carry into the late game. So now the aforementioned Mardis shows up. So far, I'm liking Area 77's draft still, despite Wasians getting their comfort in the Hanabi and despite that glue cutting right through the mid. Because again, that Lunox, imagine just the grab working, right? And then you hit that Brilliance. Now what? You're just like, oh.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? With the Martis here across the board, I'm wondering again, is we're so used to seeing that tanks a lot, man. And I don't think it's always the best answer. Like, yeah, tanks a lot can work, but it takes the certain type of strategy and even individual player to make it pull off. What I've seen here a lot of the times, even in NACT, is, yeah, opting for, let's say, Granger, a Hayabusa, right? Maybe even a Karina. Those options are still available for them. But so far, what we see on the screen is obviously the Atlas is going to be picked in, and they go with they go with it. They're confident, man. They can do the tanks a lot. So this is, in a way, this is something actually you and I, Dan, are used to seeing, right?
Yep.
Except maybe the Hanabi. Maybe the Hanabi pick. We're not used to seeing that, but I'm excited to see that. But overall, this draft from Wasians to start off this game number 1 looks pretty familiar.
Even the Atlas is somewhat of a 50-50, right? Like,
yeah.
On a good day, maybe you see one Atlas amongst 3 best of 3s. But the fact that Wasians picked it up, understand their situation. They know that they needed peel and maybe a little bit more CC, because between the Terror or the Terrify on the Valentina and the, I don't know, the hard to land CC on Hanabi's Higanbana, they know that they needed more. So that's fine. Now Area 77 closing up the draft with a solid Grok in the XP lane. I think this is solid. I think we have a draft. Like, that's as far as I can take it here for Area 77. We have a draft. That's K Cutie though, going into the XP lane. And this is the Area 77 trademark. Like they like to switch it up. They like changing roles, and they won their last meeting against the Wasians this way. I wonder if it's gonna work out again.
I was gonna say, this is they're not doing any last shifts here. I don't know. We'll have to find out when we get to the game. But if they are, if they are doing that, again, there's a lot of flexibility that they can work with the draft. But if you had to, at face value, look at that draft, I gotta say, Area 77's draft, man, looks like it covers a lot more bases. So as we get loaded up into the game here, game number 1 between Area 77 and Wasians, we'll find out exactly how this all plays out with what we have drafted.
Yep. So far, there's a bit of leashing going on. Mark Cutie helping out Poggy. Personally, I'm relatively familiar with Poggy. Not the first time I'm seeing this player come on down. And yeah, that's Gal's Cutie as our roamer. And they're keeping it close, actually. The shuffles aren't as wild as they once were.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, if you know what works for your team, again, this is week 5, right? They've had plenty of time to kind of figure things out, and there's a lot of Area 77 top side here. But yeah, if you've had multiple weeks to figure out what works for your team, given some swaps here and there, that's all right. Whatever works for you, you can bring it. Again, this is the time now where we're down to that pretty much last half where things really come into play, right? So, Gal's Cutie also going to get poked down a little bit. No, first blood though. Top side already. It's K Cutie going down top lane.
That's a difficult situation. Merciless was indeed merciless. And again, Glue, always a menace. Whenever there's no natural predator, whenever there's no Faramis, whenever there's no clear stop, like a Lapu Lapu that clears faster than you, yeah, K Cutie had it difficult there. But at least it didn't happen when they needed it for the turtle. Now wait, engagement here in mid.
Oh, that was a flicker already. HOV is gonna go down. Poggy with the decimate. Now the focus here, gonna find Chachito. And Chacho goes down as well. Already, nice little pickups here for Area 77. Turtle's up though, but they're gonna go ahead and just grab the buffs if they can, make their way for that first objective of the game.
Yep, this move here reminiscent of RSG Philippines in their heyday in MSC 2022. They would always waste a little bit more time or take their time before going for the eventual turtle. Because again, that at least confirms Poggy here has his purple buff. And now you see that Chacho is still taking his, and now the engagement.
Oh, they're gonna go in. Oh, Gals Cutie with Divine Judgment. Chacho securing the turtle here already. Nice! Fatal Links, multiple members being caught out here. Let's see if they can actually convert this in. Merciless there in the front of the lines. There's the split, but taking quite a bit of damage. Does regen a little bit. Finally gets the kill on K-Cutie. It's a bloodbath here, top side. 2 fall for Area 77. No one else going down. It was only Merciless. Who came out on top of that one, Leo?
I think Wasians got away with more than they should have, honestly. And this is why Lancelot is, I guess, arguably the best objective taker in the game, right? Chacho was still taking his purple buff while Poggy was already right there. That was clearly Poggy's turtle, but still Chacho stole it. And then all the more, the Wasians made the most of that turtle shield. And I guess the call was Merciless saying, you know what, let's push it. Let's force the advantage. Mark Cutie isn't ready yet. And that's what I saw. Mark Cutie didn't have the firepower yet to punish Wasians. And that's why Wasians walked away with, again, about 1,000 gold lead ahead and a turtle that clearly wasn't theirs.
I love this too because this entire time Ooga Booga's just chilling, man. Like he's literally able to just go ahead and farm up, and this is probably the best case scenario for this comfort Hanabi pick for Ooga Booga. And you know, it might help him turn into the boogeyman later on, but what that was done dirty, man. He took the purple.
Joseph, that was Grand Theft Purple. Poggy needed that,
and he's gonna go get his own.
That. Oh. All right, so again, just exacerbate the whole situation. Yeah, Ooga Booga is chilling. Ooga Booga is making bank. Despite building defensively, this is what you do as a Hanabi. And up top, again.
Dude, and then on top of that, get away with a sliver of health. Merciless, absolutely merciless top side. Again, this is what's kind of my question, right? Like, you have the glue across from you. What do you want to take in for that matchup right now? Grok doesn't seem to be it.
I think, I'm not so sure if it's going to happen. There's a pull.
Okay, the Flicker, Divine Judgment comes in. Hob comes in with a nice Fatal Links. Do they have the follow-up? Mark Cutie with the Blazing Duet. Pushing him back a little bit, but going to get caught back from the BMI. Doesn't go down, though, but 2 fall for Area 77. Chacho working on that turtle. Poggy not going to be able to get there in time. Turtle secured here for Wasians. Now, the Decimate comes in. Poggy grabs a kill, but they lost the objective. Now going to be looking for Ooga Booga. Could be in trouble. Double kill with a double Decimate. Poggy finding wins where he can.
2 things. It's hilarious watching a Marcus just get kills on kills on kills because his movement speed is so high, right? But second, that's a great recovery from Area 77. Yes, Mark Cutie isn't ready yet, but all the more Ooga Booga isn't. Yes, Ooga Booga has had an amazing first 5 minutes, but that's still a Hanabi we're talking about. Area 77 was aware of the situation. So, yeah, they're still not quite out of it yet. They've managed to keep the gold lead close despite being down turtles and kills. So now the next move here is for Area 77 to do just this. I was going to say, right? Call for the lane switch. This is an okay move. This is a great move for Area 77.
Yeah, either call for the lane switch, you know, make something happen here. It looks like the focus is going to be on Chacho, though. They use the Divine Judgment and everything else. Bobs and weaves. Gets out of there just like a Tank-a-Lot does. So that was a lot committed, right, for to try to take down Chacho, but not going to happen. Cross-map play, though, happening here. Fatal Link's going to come out. Goes over to Ego plus the turret. Wasians finding everything, actually, for them in this match.
K-Cutie is not okay. It's not a good time to be the XP lane Grok. Eventually, though, it should be better because at least the Earthen Force does make these Fatal Links engagements easier. Because again, you do have that CC immunity. But right now, Area 77 has to play within the voids. They have to move within the cracks and then eventually get to a solid mid-game and then wait for Mark Cutie. So at least they've called for another lane switch. That's what has to happen here. They have to make sure that Mark Cutie has the farm because they're racing for that power spike between him and the Hanabi.
Yeah, okay. Well, another initiation can come out with a Flicker. They try to counter punch it as well. A lot being thrown here at Wasians. Merciless always going to get dragged back to the turret. has a sliver of health here. Going to get hunted down. Let's see if Ooga Booga can get here along with the rest of the team. Merciless still going to regen quite a bit. There's the Fatal Link with 3-man. And there's Ooga Booga unleashing the damage. Kills being spread out across each member. Nice save there from Hob.
I got one word for you. Jebaited. Merciless again with the amazing calls. And now Poggy trying to save the situation. Not going to make much out of it. So yeah, again, the fact that Area 77 is not in control and they have to play within the cracks when they force themselves out, when they peek out of that little hole. Because again, right now, Wasians, they're the cat. Area 77, the mouse. It's so difficult. So eventually, the ecosystem will correct itself, right? That there is going to be a way for the mouse to evolve, to flourish in this situation, in this atmosphere. One more look at it.
Oh.
There really was not much. Like, between Ego and Ooga Booga being there, there's a lot of damage between physical and magic.
Yeah, you see that interaction between pretty much the Fatal Links and the fact that there's actually so much kind of spread damage that Wasians can do, and that's what's working out so well for them. It's actually been Area 77 constantly like pressing for those initiations, those situations, right? Even from Gauss Cutie, a lot of the times flickering in with the Divine Judgment, and then the counterpunch from Wasians is actually just too much, and that's kind of what's happening here. Now the assault on the tier 1 turret, they go ahead and grab that down. They force Poggy back, so he's probably going to get his purple buff stolen once again here.
That's right, he is starved, and that's what's going to help Wasians grow this lead. Now sitting at what, a comfortable 6K at 9 minutes, and here's the kicker, right? Here's the kicker. The fact that Wasians are ahead and that they're the ones calling the shots means Area 77's lead here.
You thought it was going to work out.
No.
Gauss Cutie comes in, shuts it down.
Ooga Booga forces that one.
Yeah, they're going to get some payback here. Actually, they don't even find him. Mark Cutie, though, going to be chased down. Not going to be able to get away. Hop going to flicker in. There's the Fatal Links. Gets the kill. Chacho, meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Poggy on a killing spree. So a lot of back and forth here. Now it's Wasian still going to be looking for more Poggy. Does he have the damage he needs? Doesn't have that reset just yet. Look at that Chacho, though, forcing the flicker. They find Lava. So Ego is down. 2 do fall for Area 77. They're going to be looking for more, though. Now Poggy, can he survive this one? Trying to escape. Merciless. Chacho here, too. It's a 3 versus 2. But Ooga Booga making his way down as well. Now Poggy's going to fall. Didn't even need the Phantom Execution. Okay, could be the next one. Merciless grabbing another kill, and this is the green light for the Lord.
And again, I was just saying, as the Wasians recover and fix the whole situation, again, stay on top, back in the driver's seat, they are the aggressors here. It's their game. Area 77 is just following with the flow, and yes, they have ways to solve the problem, but it's still a problem.
Oh my goodness, another massive Fatal Links here as Area 77 just gets taken care of. Just in a huge play topside. Wasian showing dominance.
Yep, again, just because you have a band-aid for the boo-boo doesn't mean you're going to heal up quick. You're still bleeding. It's still a wound. And that's what Wasians have done here. Yes, it's a 6K gold lead still, but they're punishing Area 77 every single time.
Oh, this is just... At this point, you can really see just how far ahead Wasians is across the board, right? It's not just one member, it's not just 2. Everybody is feeling really good as they assault the tier 2 turret. Get the flicker out from Gauss. He's going to fall. Ego grabbing the kill. It's another one. And Wasians now looking to possibly push him base. They still got the Lord on the bottom side. Working on the middle. It's Mark Cutie that falls as well. One after another. Area 77 falling apart here. Base going to be worked on. Top inhibitor turret going to go down, and now Wasians. And they end it here. Still going to be looking, grabbing another easy kill as Lava falls.
Lord.
Poggy trying to hold off. There's no minions just yet. Waiting a little bit longer. Split going to come out. There's Pog with the flicker in. Find a little bit more time. Area 77 can't hold on enough. As now Wasians looks to close out game number 1.
Just like that, Bob's your uncle. I can't believe what I saw, but I guess the Wasians have been playing this way for long enough to get away with it and shock the system. Shock Area 77 into a what? Was that a sub 10-minute matchup?
Yeah.
Was that under 10 minutes?
That was the first Lord. I didn't look at the timer, but because I was kind of surprised at how clean this game looked for the Wasians. And I know they had a sweep last week, and even then when I was watching that, I was like, dang, dude, these guys are looking good. Like I don't know how they've if it's a synergy thing, but it looks like it, right? When you're watching them, it's like these guys have their synergy clearly figured out. And when that happens, when those moments of brilliance happen, that's the type of game you have. There, it's 14 under the 15-minute mark, so still relatively a pretty quick game here. That was the first Lord.
Yep. Merciless, I believe, caught my eye here. Merciless was an amazing glue. And folks, I do believe some of our stats here are a little off, but we'll see it later in the replays and the highlights that wherever the glue was, whatever he was saying, I can only imagine was what propelled the Wasians ahead, right? From the early game, owning that XP lane into whatever rotations he had, and then into the, I don't even call it late game, man, like the post mid game, whatever that is, whatever the call was, everyone just followed. So yeah, I'd say besides the whole unorthodox draft, what really caught it here for the Wasians was their prime communications. It's how they used it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When we saw that Hannibal pick even locked in, you didn't actually even get to see it really shine just yet because they didn't have to, right? The lead was already built there for the majority of the part, and it started even early on, right, with Merciless even grabbing that early first blood and how things kind of unfolded. This is what I was talking about. At this point in the game, okay, so this is about 9 minutes in the game. So yeah, like you said, the previous graphic we saw, probably wasn't exactly on point. So, but yeah, it was a very quick game. And a lot of that, like you mentioned, is just from lane to lane to lane, everybody just popped off. Merciless again on that glue. I think he was 6-1 and 14, and he dominated. Right, again, when you play against that glue, you want to be able to contain him because that glue is just going to be unleashing on your team. So when you get that lead that you have early on, especially a first blood against a Grok pick, oh man, is it rough? And that's kind of what we saw there.
That's what happened here. I think Area 77 understood the situation and they addressed the problems. They understood that, okay, this is what the Wasians are known for. Here's what they drafted, how they drafted. Let's pick up the solutions. Let's pick up the answers. But Wasians were 2 steps, 3 steps ahead at every single turn. And that's what allowed, despite the Lunox, despite the Claude, and the late game potential for the Grok flicker in with a catch to turn things around, Wasians never allowed that. So I'm wondering what Wasians can do here with that same momentum, because this is dangerous. The fact that you ended the game at 10 minutes with a draft like that with a Hanabi in the gold lane, that's got to get to the Area 77 here. That's got to have some effect.
Yeah, again, if we looked at pretty much to the draft, how unfolded, I said before we went in the game, Area 77 on board, on face value, had a great draft. It checked all the boxes, but everything, a draft can look as perfect as possible, but it always comes down to the execution, right? And how these teams play around what they drafted. But really, it does just come down to execution. You throw a Hanabi in that lineup that looks somewhat familiar, but like you even mentioned, the Atlas was kind of questionable because even Atlas alone is a kind of a 50-50 pick. But that time, man, Hav was all over the place, right? And
that's all they needed.
That's all they needed. Again, that's the execution factor of him just being everywhere he needed to. I think every Fatal Links was probably 2-3 people, man. Like it was on point every time, and then just placed him in the right situation, and they counter punched so well with what they drafted. So again, we didn't actually get to see the Hanabi shine too much because it was such a quick game. So I'm wondering if that's a case where we see Uga Booga just pick it again and be like, you know what, give me another shot, man. So.
She did her job. She did her job, yeah, right? In the hands of Uga Booga, the Hanabi did what it could. But we'll see if it comes out again here. This time around, Area 77 on the play. They take out the Valentina and the Fanny, while Wasians ban out the Joy and the Faramis. Something to talk about again, going back to that Atlas, right? Went in the hands of a player named Hoove. If I'm not mistaken, this is Cole World of previously The Simpsons from the grand finals of last year's NACT qualifiers. And yeah, there's a reason why he was called Coal World and not Coal City or Coal Country. He's a whole damn world. So yeah, definitely looking forward to more of Hoove here in Game 2. There's the glue. Again, Area 77, much respect to Merciless.
Yeah, you might as well take it out, you know? Again, we've seen just how strong that glue pick can be. Take it out and get a better matchup because, you know, if there's anything that we've seen specifically from, you know, the MPL leagues themselves, XP lane nowadays, man, is just, it's dynamic. Gone are the days of the Esmeralda Uranus, you know, long form, or what do we call it? The eternal battle.
Correct.
Gone are those days. Now the XP laners, I feel like they're flashy, they're durable, and they're flexible, right? And a lot of times they have their own, like, what I like to call them big damn moments. And this is, Glue is a kind of he's a great mascot for that whole thing because it essentially, when he uses split, when he causes the chaos and everything, it works out so well. The rest of the XP laners, thinking Lapu, Arlot's open, by the way. I'm not sure if they actually want to prioritize that because we see that, right, you know, over here. But again, XP lane is such a factor lane these days, and it really does. There's an interesting priority pick, right? Yeah. It's going to be the Mincetar, who actually he's got changed a little bit. So interesting to see how this works out.
Something else to note, the first time that these two met, or the last time that these two met in NACT, Mincetar was not a factor yet. So now, Mincetar, I like it between him and the Arlot. He actually answers the Arlot. So the fact that King's Calling denies all the vengeance dashes seems to be one of the reasons why Area 77 picked him up first. I wonder how Wasians will answer back because, again, Area 77, they learned Game 1, to provide the solution is not the way to win. I wonder if that's the same mindset they're going with here.
It looks like it could be that way. The fact too that, you know, Wasians locks in the fact that they have the Kaja plus the Farsa. This is like, yeah, two birds basically. They'll be flying all over the place, man. But you know, at the same time, if you think about it, yes, Kaja has to kind of get into the action, but a lot of times it's that trigger finger of, you know, using the flicker plus divine judgment. Now, the whole reason why you have Mincetar is you can also initiate fights yourself if you land, you know, the spear basically, but at the same time you're using, the reason why you lock him in is because the ultimate is so strong. It's such a big utility factor, and Farsa is one of the great options because now you don't have to worry about it. You just fire off from a distance, right, and really try to have that distance availability. So I think that's kind of the way Wasians is going to go with this. But you know, already Area 77 locking in the Cho, locking in the Brody, they're also willing to fight from a distance, at least for the gold lane, right? Now that you have the Cho, you have already two options to go ahead and initiate, to peel, to work around with. And I think that's one of the biggest things here for Area 77 to get back into hopefully a Game 3 for them, is they have to be the ones, like previous game, they were initiating fights, but unfortunately for them, they got counter-punched every time. So now, do you have what it takes to can you counter that counter punch, right? But I guess that's where, you know, Mincetar could play in the role here. But yo, man, we said it again. This is probably going to happen for Ooga Booga, right? Locks in a comfort pick again with the Hanabi.
Yeah, no, Ooga Booga. Points at the Hanabi. You give me Hanabi. We win. That's what's happening here, right? Quite complex grammar for a caveman, but you know, it is what it is. The fact that Area 77 picked up the Brody and the Cho this early on is clear that they don't want the same story from Game 1. Again, you mentioned it, the counterpunch situation. They don't want that anymore. They want to be the aggressors. And I think it's going to be so much easier to be the aggressors when you have Mincetar with the Spear of Glory. So you have two things that you're dodging now. You're dodging the spear and you're dodging the kicks from the Cho. So looking better already. I'm digging it. Going into the second phase of bans here. Take out the Fredrin, take out the Mardis. So Wasians cracking down on potential junglers, while Area 77 taking out the Lapu Lapu. They want their XP lane matchup to be a winning lane. They want to stop shenanigans from happening. So they want to protect that Mincetar. I wonder what else. Arlot's still out there.
Arlot's still out there, yeah. That's what I'm wondering. Like, you know, Arlot's still available. The Lapu Lapu was banned out here. And, you know, at the same time, I don't know if you noticed too. I had a question and why Uga Booga decided to play with what's that battle spell? Aegis? I think it's Aegis.
From game 1.
Yeah, from game 1. Like, what do you think that was? Is that actually like value? Is there something better that Uga Booga could play with?
Looking at how Area 77 drafted, I guess Uga Booga understood that the Purify wasn't going to do much. Like, there was nothing to purify. So between the Aegis and the Inspire and the Sprint or the Flicker, I think he just wanted to hunker down. Like, that's the current answer I can have for you. He just wanted to hunker down and just have a good balance between I want to stay put and keep fighting and being greedy with the Inspire, right? So understood that the Sprint and the Flicker had no room in their current strategy. So that's why I'm guessing it was an Aegis. Now going into this matchup, there's plenty of reason to purify, right? Between the SOG and the WOD, definitely. Acronyms are funny. I wonder what happened with his last ban. Area 77, why is there no last ban here? Might be a visual little kink there, or they could just be leaving out choices. I'm not sure.
I was going to say, yeah, it could be a visual thing, could be part of the strategy, right? If they really don't want to ban something or they just missed it. Either way, looks like already, you know, Wasians picking up. Again, this tanks a lot. They're going to go ahead and roll with that. Why not? And, you know, if you look at the way that game 1 went, you could literally go with that similar setup and probably pull it off, right? Because it was clean. That's what we said. The synergy was obviously there. We'll see what their last pick is going to be. But look at this, Area 77 with their last 2. This is kind of the Kagura locked in, the Alice going in the jungle here. What do we feel about this, Leo?
I'm all right. I was about to say, yo, Alice is expensive. And then I look at the rest of the lineup and I'm like, it makes sense. There's a way for them to ramp up into that late game power spike because the mid game is set. Early game, you're going to, again, threaten with the kicks, threaten with the spear, and then burst them down from mid with that Kag. And Wasians just close it down. Wasians go ahead and, I guess, neutralize the whole King's Calling with just a big black dragon.
Yeah.
The BBD, if you will. So I'm liking it. Again, they're still in the driver's seat. That's what this lineup gives you. The vibe that we're not going to play to your strength. We're not going to allow for these kicks or these spears to define how and where we fight. We will say where we fight. And yeah, this is essentially Wasians saying, we're going for the neck here. We're going for the throat. We're going to finish with a sweep.
And they're set to do it with this lineup, right? Again, just seeing how the last game went, even with this change, the Yuzhong being locked in the XP lane instead of this time the glue, we've seen similar things, right? If a Yuzhong gets that lead, doesn't even need the lead, but the fact that you have that impact throughout the entirety of the game is something to worry about, you know, especially if you're playing against it. So we'll see exactly how this plays out this time for Area 77. But, you know, even the Kagura is kind of a question mark because we've talked about this when it's popped up in the MPL regions, and it takes a lot to fall in place here.
Yep, and again, it's that time that Area 77 is going to need to have it fall into place. It's a mirrored start here, purple for purple. And look at how deep these gold laners are rotating. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, at the same time, I think you just put the pressure where you can, even with that mirror start. At the same time, too, like we've seen, man, with Alice in the jungle, the time is the biggest factor. And, you know, again, how quick game 1 went, it's you want to see them, you want to see Area 77 be able to drag the game out with this lineup, right? You want to see that. And at the same time, if they can get a snowball started, they have the tools needed as well. Gauss Cutie on the Cho should usually be able to find those moments, especially when he hits that level 4 and gets that Way of the Dragon. But just look, this is what I'm talking about, how confident Wasians is, especially with the previous game. Like, they are going all out on aggression. Even Chacho now going to be making his way there. Bottom side. Top side, though, too. Some action. Uga Booga using the Aegis. Going to be able to survive that. But bottom in the jungle. The fight for the orange buff is going on here. They do find the spear. Not going to be able to convert it into a kill just yet, though. Looking for the first one. It's Ego. Wow. Gauss Cutie able to survive, though. And also, Uga Booga finally went down top side. So it's a trade 4 kills here.
Okay, Up top, that was not a trade you're willing to take. And again, Uga Buga, you mentioned it, Naisu. He's still rocking that Aegis.
Yep.
Down bottom, it was Gal Cutie who went down. I'm not so sure what the orange buff situation was, if it was stolen away from Poggy. But yeah, no, the Wasians were way out of their breath there. They should not have forced the issue. And I think Uga Buga shouldn't have lost that fight up top. But que sera, right? Now, the best thing that Wasians can do is to just lock in this turtle and play out of Area 77's timing. Because again, Wasians, they have timing and initiative on their side.
Yeah, like you said, so they secure that first turtle of the game. This is kind of a given, though, with the way things are going, especially the fact that, again, this is an Alice jungle. You know, Poggy needs time to get to the point where he is going to be a threat. Right now, Chachu should just be able to have kind of like free roam on a lot of these objectives. So it's going to take Area 77 to be like, you know what, we want to fight this, man. We actually need to contest things, but things have to fall in place now. It's going to be the bottom side. It's going to get locked down. Merciless, though, going to dragon form on out of there. So even with that, the way the Minotaur works, look at that. Merciless, able to survive. Didn't even have to use the Petrify.
That's the best thing that Merciless can do there, is survive. And he'll make it in time, though, before K-Cutie can get some hits off of that gold shield down bottom. So yeah, the fact that the past minute has been relatively quiet is good for both teams, actually. I think they both have to temper themselves, because we're in a position wherein, whoa, Chacho! He stole it!
Yeah, Chacho is just doing his thing here. So they're going to be focusing top. Ego there now to help out Hav. That, yeah, like you said, it's pretty calm so far in the early game, but Chacho is not calm, right? He's everywhere. He's two levels ahead of Poggy, and he's continuing. Now the Divine Judgment. Look at the lineup of abilities coming out. Gal's Cutie gonna G-Kondo out of there and able to survive. But still, all this leading up, he also burnt the Flicker, so now that's not gonna be available for the next setup as they get kind of prepared in this area for the second turtle of the game.
About 20 seconds away, Poggy is gonna get his purple buff here. Now, yeah, good thing for Wasians is despite spending a lot of their ults, the ults are gonna come off of cooldown before Gal's Cutie's Flicker. So yes, this should open up this first turtle at least relatively safer, because again, Chacho's not gonna worry about that kick coming out of nowhere. So he is gonna have free reign. At least Wasians can rely on getting this next turtle, especially since he's coming from the orange.
This is where I think one of the biggest things is for Mark Cutie and Lava Cutie, pretty much the Cutie duo at this point, to really help secure Area 77 with this turtle. The damage, the burst potential is going to be there, but right now the way that everything's kind of being micromanaged by Wasians is really working out for them. Look at that. Merciless going to push members back here, just completely zoned out from the turtle, and they find a member as well. Poggy to fall, next target on the list, it's Gal's Cutie. They're still going for more. Chachu going to chase them down, forcing them back here. Mark Cutie with a torn apart memory. Not enough, though, to get any kills. Wasians coming out on top.
And this propels Wasians up by about 2k at 5 minutes. Joseph, I don't think this is an understatement, but that's miserable. Whenever I play and I'm 2k down at 5 minutes, I am just deflated. Yeah. And I'm guessing that's what Area 77 is feeling right now, but they shouldn't, because they can still get this game. And there's a kick!
Yeah, they find a kick on Hav. That is a good conversion for them, also allowing Mark Cutie to pick up the Malefic Roar. So again, the damage is going to be there. They just have to rely on those picks. Now Poggy still fighting for the purple buff. Chacho not able to take it, though. Poggy able to secure. Still going to be focusing on here. He's quite tanky. The tank's a lot. And there you go. Wasians still trying to put the aggression here. They are a nice, almost, what, 3k gold ahead? Oh, yeah, just about 3k gold ahead.
Yep, I was about to say, right, that trade for Hove, yeah, Area 77 can just try to get everything that they can, but they're trading out the wazoo. They're getting this!
Oh, no, double kill for Merciless. He's still going to be going for more. He gets kicked, goes down for Mark Cutie, but they're going to have more members fall here in the middle lane, tier 1 as well. Area 77 falling apart here 6 minutes into the game. Wasian going to be looking for more. Now going to be focusing on K. Not going to find that spear, though. Wasians happy with the turret plus the kills, furthering their lead now.
Yep, and now you mentioned it. No longer do you have to wonder. It's about 4k now, Joseph. It's 4k ahead for Wasians. And yeah, At least the Area 77 can rely on Poggy later on, but the fact that you're looking at a Hanabi lineup, folks, this is a Hanabi lineup at about 5k ahead and at 7 minutes, not a single turtle given over to the opposing team. I'm looking at possible outs for Area 77, right? We haven't really seen a solid King's Calling.
Oh, yeah.
But how do you find a King's Calling when it's your opponent who's always calling the shots? I'll tell you how.
I like it.
Again, find a kick and find a Spear of Glory. Catch Wasians off guard. That's one way. But when you're trapped inside your base, I'm not so sure how that's possible.
Like, that's the thing. It's 7 minutes in, and you're just losing everything on the map at this point. GalsQ able to get away. Ego quite low too. Now they're going to be in trouble. Merciless coming in massive with the stuns on top of it. The double kill again. Merciless, it doesn't matter if he's playing Glue, if he's playing Yuzhong, whatever XP lane he's playing. Merciless is having a day. And now the tier 2 gonna fall here, Ooga Booga. Maybe this is why, you know, Ooga Booga can play the Hanabi. Like, the rest of the team just does so much that Ooga Booga can pretty much farm up. And at the point, if they do get to a late game, it's, you know, Hanabi's obviously going to have the damage. But at this point, look, again, just like game 1, across the board, each member just having a heyday right now.
I'll have whatever Merciless is having, man. Like,
yeah.
You're right. He is the prime example of what enables the likes of Ooga Booga's Hanabi. And now GalsQ gonna check in. All right. Close call. That was scary.
The senses were tingling, you know? He knew that, yeah, they pretty much control our entire jungle. Let's not just go into bushes completely blindly. So, just like that, again, Wasians picking up another tier 2. Now there's the Divine Judgment. Look at the damage. Lava getting bursted off the map here. Chachu now going to be looking for Poggy. Poggy able to get away with a little bit of help. Now Chachu going to get kicked. Looking for more. The team's here to back him up. Merciless again. The mega kill. And he has pretty much the same KDA right now that he did in the previous game. Poggy going to initiate. Might want to be careful about that, though. GalsQ possibly also looking for a kick with the Way of the Dragon. Doesn't have the flicker, though. The Wasians now just go ahead. They take what they want from the jungle, and most likely the Lord next year.
And here we see the predicament that Area 77 is in, right? The dilemma of being stuck in your base and your lineup being a bush check punishing lineup, right? You want to see these Spears of Glory coming in from a bush you don't expect, or a kick from GalsQ that you never saw coming. But how do you do that when you're inside your base? How do you do that when you can't even get out and get your buffs? So I don't expect Area 77 to fight back or to contest much of anything up until what, the 13-14 minute mark in the earliest. I'm saying that's early, Joseph, because them coming out of their base like this is admirable, but I expect them to be outgunned here by Wasians.
Oh yeah, I mean, look at Merciless right now. Just the look of his dragon form going to send the entire team of Area 77 back. And that's just how much of an impact Merciless has had for this series so far. So they secure that Lord, no problem. And now Wasians just going to go ahead and just get ready for this assault on the base of Area 77.
Yep, they've grown their lead now to about 8,000 at 10 minutes in. Wondering what Ooga Booga is building currently and how he's far ahead from MarQt, because there's what, a 2-3 level gap between the gold laners. And yeah, the fact that MarQt is at just 2-1 and 2 could have been so much worse for this Brody. Could have been disastrous, but at least he's holding on. Could also be instrumental in the comeback, possibly.
Yeah, either way, it's going to be tough at this point. Again, look at the damage department coming out from Wasians. Now going to be looking for another kill. It's Poggy that falls, and he's having a bad game, right? He's having a tough one. He's 0-3 and 2. He's 4 levels behind Chacho. And at this point, again, this is an Alice that takes time to build up, but has no resources available. So just completely shut down here. Merciless now, once again, with the Dragon's Form, finding a couple of members. That was a lockdown with Ooga Booga as well. 2 gonna fall here. No one just yet for Wasians. Could possibly look to punch in another turret. The damage is there from the feathered airstrike. KQT now falls. Another inhibitor. Bottom side gonna go down here. Wasians now eye set on the top side. MarQt gonna try to hold on a little bit longer, but no. A bad positioning there as he falls. Another falls too. Gulls QD down, and that looks like it's going to be it here, Leo. Wasians taking down the Crystal in a sweep against Area 77.
That's all she wrote, folks. Wasians have turned it around. It was Area 77 who won in their last encounter. Now the Wasians fire back with a vengeance, with a sweep, and again, a collective, 22 minutes between games 1 and 2? The whole series taken in under half an hour.
Yeah, very quick games, and again, that's kind of, now in a way, especially with the sweep that they had last week, again, it was something that kind of clicked for them where, this synergy is obviously there. They figured things out, and, call it what you want, but Merciless, man. The guy's merciless, right? That's probably why his IGN's merciless. I don't know, but the impact that he has for this lineup, for this team, again, enabling even the likes of a Hanabi lock-in here, it speaks volumes. And you could just see how much of a dominant game 2 they had. But even game 1, when if we've got a chance to see the stats here, it was a similar story. 11-44 for this game 2.
There you go. That's accurate. And Merciless, again, I agree with you, Joseph. Put this game on his back, on the back of his white and red dragon, but it's a black dragon. You know what I'm saying, right? The fact that, yes, he struggled a little bit in the first minute or so, he understood the assignment, and yeah, Area 77 wasn't ready for that clutch.
Yeah, and like what Naisu has mentioned, with Wasians, they've really brought out the surprise pick with Hanabi. Started the beginning of the tournament, took everyone by shock. Everyone was thinking it was more of a troll at the beginning, but as we progressed throughout the tournament, they have really collected their group synergy and proved everyone wrong. I mean, today, to Leo's book, it's a reverse sweep for the Wasians, added 2-0 to A77, and it took all the casters by surprise. No one expected this. Everyone thought it was either 2-1 for A77 or 2-0 actually. But I mean, it is very optimistic, like what Leo said in the very beginning. It is you are optimistic, but in the wrong way. So
yeah, that's right. Because again, I'm a man who appreciates processes and standards. The meta is the meta for a reason, and the fact that the Wasians have surprised us like this, I'm happy to be proven wrong. So yeah, this is an amazing performance.
Yeah, to say the least, right? I mean, the series itself was just dominant, and even given the predictions, Wasians have proven themselves. Again, this is the second half portion of the season. So, with that being said, these instances where, teams are pulling things off like this, the synergy's there, things are still could be close, right? I know you have really the TheOhioBrothers, they have massive amount of points, but still, the fact is, even here in the middle of the standings and everything else, people can still climb up in these weeks ahead.
Yeah, and it's very close spot between the 4th to the 16th, and Wasians have really shown themselves, and the MVP will go to Merciless, like what Nice to have mentioned. Merciless, like what we've seen in the last game, Merciless was able to just go in, dive into the jungle against Poddy, not letting him farm, solo dived him and killed Poddy, and that really turned the game to the tide, brought them to their victory very, very swiftly.
Yep, that's Merciless of the Wasians. There you go. You can take that home. That's free.
Oh,
it's on the house.
Oh, that's gold.
That's a sign.
Go, right? Yeah.
We like it.
That's it. Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the highlights here. Again, what you're going to see is just constantly Merciless making play after play. This time, this was game 1 when he was on the glue. Again, he had a very similar game later on game 2 with the Yuzhong. And this too, look how many people are chasing him down, right? But not just Merciless, the entire team of Wasians really able to just pop off in all their respective roles and lanes. And, like I said, we got to see a little bit of the Hanabi shine, but really it never got to the point where things kind of picked off there for him because we never got to that late game.
Yep, the way Merciless plays his glue reminds me of mine. Kidding aside, right? It takes a lot of communication and it takes a lot of understanding of how much damage and I guess the position in the current timing and pacing of your opponents to play the way he does. Not just the glue, but even the Yuzhong, to understand when it's the petrify or when it's the back out with the Black Dragon form that he should do. That's definitely all merciless. With that being said, we're gonna go ahead get for a quick break, and then we'll get more matches in. All right, keep watching NACT.
We've got each other's back.
Legendary!
We're the best duet ever.
An enemy has been slain.
The melody is my calling. The music of my bow will cleanse their hearts.
Legendary! Monster kill!
Supernova to the rescue. Music is the strongest form of magic.
Welcome back, guys, to week 5 of the NACT Spring. We saw some pretty surprising tournament events for the first game, but we're gonna quickly jump into the next game between BTK and the Empire. And here we have the casters' predictions from the NA team. We saw with the previous game, there were some pretty surprising tournament events. So, guys, Leo, Naisu, what do you think about this predictions, and what are your predictions for this game?
All right, so not taking into consideration how wrong I was for our first series, I am with my man Steph here. I believe BTK can repeat the sweep in their first meeting against the Empire, but I can also see, I have to admit, I acknowledge everyone else's 2-1 prediction, but yeah, no, I see a clean sweep here. I'm with my man, Mr. Kosgun. I believe he's got this.
For me, this was a tough one because I know that the Empire, especially watching them the previous weeks, they've been improving. You know, they're one of those teams that has improved a lot over the course of up to this point. But this is BTK, so, and yeah, they did get swept the first meeting they had. I think that was like week 2 or something. So I could see this also being a sweep for BTK, but you know, like we said last series, we were completely wrong. So we'll see how this all plays out. But BTK, I think, you know, they've had their own weaknesses that they've had to work through. Hopefully they've managed to do that up to this point, and we'll see how it works.
And we'll see how every team improves as the tournament progresses. But draft has begun, so take us away.
And indeed, we shall. Here we go, game 1 in a best of 3 between BTK and the Empire. It's BTK on the play, the Empire answering back. For those of y'all who are just joining us now for this season of the NACT, I have to get everybody on the same page here. And I have to confess, the Empire is a totally new team to me. I'm not sure if anyone ever saw them on the come up, but they qualified for this season, and they're all new names, new faces, as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, this should be a matchup that should maybe change minds, or at least open up the scene a little more.
If I remember right, the name might be new. Now, the thing is I think they were under another banner. NACT Summer. I think they were from Anarchy, possibly, if I recall. Again, I'm trying to recall from that. But I think it was. Some of these players were from a previous team that competed in NACT. But yeah, overall, as this lineup and everything else, this is, and the name, it's rather new, right? But at the same time, like we said, even with the experiences that some of the members had from previous NACT, they've obviously taken it with them. But you know, we know this, right? We've seen this actually a lot of the times when there are teams with these players or individuals, maybe it's 1 or 2 or many, that have experience and how that can play a part. Again, you have to use that experience, use that veterancy to really like mold this like synergy, right? And that's kind of what we see with the most successful teams, where a lot of these guys had either massive experience or they had a little bit, but really at the end of the day, it was just that synergy and really who is that leader, right? Like who is the leader to bring all that together? So, you know, for the Empire, again, I feel like they have slowly but surely found that synergy that works for them in the previous couple rounds that they've had here for NACT, and it's starting to show. But again, you have to consider the fact that at what point do you have enough time to climb back up, you know, to get to where you need to be? You know, they're not saying they're doing bad by any means, right? They're kind of in that middle grounds. But the big thing is, can they break through? Now, this series, that rematch against BTK, hey, if they win this series, that would be a great start for surging forward, basically. So again, a lot here technically on the line with this rematch between these two teams, and we love rematches, right? When you get to that second half of pretty much everything, when the teams fight against each other again, everything they learned from their first experience.
Yeah, there's history built in, essentially, and yes, the Empire has taken a bit of a break in the past year. That's why, looking back, it takes you a while looking back to how far since they were last active. So yeah, it's more of a resurgence for the Empire here. Now, given the first set of bans, this leaves BTK open to pick up the glue, which was again the menace from the first series. And again, they did their homework. They banned out the Faramis, so there's no natural predator here. That means BTK will have free reign. Lord T will be able to just go ahead and sip away and just have fun and do what he needs to do. The Empire answers back, claps back with a lot of big damn, Joseph. This is solid. Between short range and long range, the Empire is solved.
Oh, and as you say that, I just, a pick we don't often see, man. The 1-1 is going to be locked in here, right? And interesting that it is going to be locked in because 1-1 is... Now, for the longest time, it was like, what? I think it was at one point 100% ban rate, and then it kind of slipped through the cracks a little bit here. And I still feel like there are a lot of great options to shut down 1-1 because if I remember right, even in our own region, like 1-1 had a super high ban rate, but her win rate when she is picked is abysmal, if I can remember correctly. So will it be able to work in this lineup? Again, you already have that glue, should be able to help you secure a lot here. Now you pair it up with the Eve, interesting as well. Should be able to contest really well against objectives. But again, this is Eve and the Pharsa matchup that we've seen so many times, right? Which mid lane is actually able to really provide that, not just burst, but the utility as well.
Now, Joseph, I'm not so sure how the 1-1 will fare. Now that you mentioned the whole Eve versus Pharsa matchup, the square versus the circle, yeah, Unicutie is gonna get blasted. Like I just gotta say, especially not just from the Pharsa, but also the Yuzhong.
Yep.
It's gonna be so difficult to find your ult. Well, that's one answer that they have, right? As long as the Yuzhong doesn't petrify Unicutie first before they take to the air, should be okay. But even the gold lane matchup, even on a 1v1 basis, the 1-1 isn't looking so good. Like the Beatrix pickup by the Empire here to close up the first phase is, I'd say, that's pretty solid.
Yeah, and so now that you have one thing I want to focus on too, I mean, we talked a lot about that XP lane. This one I think really just comes down to either it's an early start for the glue, it's an early start for the Yuzhong, right? They're both going to have impact throughout the game. Now, this one is, like I'm saying, the matchup with the gold laners, right? The Beatrix, the 1-1 kind of matchup that we've seen in the past before. But overall, that's the thing I always got to say is when there's a 1-1 across from you, it's how do you make it hard to get that crossbow of Tang off, right? How do you avoid that situation? Because really, that's where 1-1 shines. So that's something that has to be considered here for the Empire as they get geared up of who even is our jungler option, right? Who is that jungle option for Alex?
Yeah, they're closing up their gaps here. I'd like to present the same question for Zane. Like, what's Zane to pick up, right? The Martis is out there. It's safe. He has evolved through, again, from playing the Yisun Shins to the Grangers to the Rogers. He's suddenly like a Fredrin Barat smartest man, right?
Yeah.
But also Tanksalot. Tanksalot is still out there. I'm guessing if the Empire don't pick it up, BTK can also still get that as a pick. So it might seem like these teams are choking out jungle choices, but there's still quite a healthy amount left.
Yeah, and at the same time, okay, there's the the last band's going to be the Franco here, who even in the roam position we've seen do wonders. But I like this. There's a lot of focus, right? Roam bands are coming out here. There's the tanks a lot being locked in for the Empire. I think, again, especially with the role that Alex plays, right? This is probably the best option for him to go ahead and take. The response is naturally going to be Martiz. Again, this is a matchup we see often, tanks a lot Martiz, who really does pair up well against the way that the kind of, what we like to call the objective dance, the Lord dance, the turtle dances kind of unfold here. But I like this. The last pick for roam option for BTK is going to be that Cho. So similarly, right? Can you find the picks? Because, like we saw in the previous series, the picks weren't there. A lot of times you were using the Way of the Dragon defensively. So then you don't actually get to use that kind of option of, let me find those situations. And what we're used to seeing, again, the Flicker Way of the Dragon combinations being that sure way to find a pick. But, even with all that CC, the perfect response for that is the Hoot Hoot. There it is.
Oh, the hoot hoot comes through. This is gonna be quite the spectacle. The hoot hoot is gonna be not just a problem for the Cho, but also for the 1-1. Because again, you randomly skip into bushes and then there's like 3 bombs in there.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So before we go into the game between BTK and the Empire, we have a quick little announcement. So there will be a bit of a scheduled team. LaimiTop has forfeited their match against Fallout, so Fallout will automatically win in this series, and we won't have a match 3. So, I mean, we'll see what happens with LaimiTop, but before, let's go right back into game 1 with BTK.
Thanks for that, Liz. And we hope that LaimiTop is all right. But again, points for Fallout. We'll take what it will take. Now into the game. BTK versus the Empire. Mr. Kosgun. Mobazane making quick work of his purple. But again, there's a reason why Lancelot, Tanxalot, is one of the greatest junglers right now. Oh, Reckless!
Oh, that is exactly what I was talking about, right? Like, you lock in the Cho, man. You don't necessarily have to wait for level 4, and I feel like that's what a lot of sets the difference between, you know, the great Chos and, you know, the okay Chos. Now, Yuna already setting up that early kill for this 1-1 in the lane versus the Beatrix. Oh, that's going to be rough. And now more attention here bottom side.
All right, now something to note, Yuna Cutie has switched over to the roam, so there's a little bit of a shuffle amongst the BTK roster. So it looks like they're doing well with it, though. Again, the aggression from this Cho is paying dividends. Now, I'm wondering if this top lane visit from Alex is going to help the situation, because T can just regen all throughout. T can just use the Glue's kit to make this rotation null and void.
Oh, they got the communication though, right? They know that Alex is going to sit up there, but like you said, T's going to be fine. That's one of the benefits of being this glue here. Should be able to just go ahead and regenerate that all about 10 seconds away from this first turtle. So this is where, you know, you really see that, again, that dance kind of unfold, right? How do they play around that? Again, Unicutie doesn't have the Way of the Dragon available. So right now you're going to see pretty much the Empire try to get in position, but with the availability of the split, there's, okay, Unicutie has the level 4 now. This is really tough for the Empire to crack into. They got to allow Reckless to also get in here. There's the Dragon form, going to push him back a little bit already. Turtle going to actually reset. Not able to get it just yet. There's the Times Journey. Reckless able to survive that. Also had to burn the Flicker. So BTK still looking to put pressure here around that first turtle of the game. It might just be looking to just zone out the Empire completely from it.
Quite the turtle dance here. And again, we're at 2 minutes. That's just amazing calls! Down bottom, not so rizzy. That wasn't, I don't know what was going on there. Was ISO just waiting to fly up into the air? Because he got blasted by Kokomi in like T-minus 2 seconds.
You know, that's when you got that lead for ISO on that 1-1 pick, you kind of don't want to do that, right? Like, you don't want to give that 1 versus 1 kill to Kokomi, because Beatrix, like I said, you know, as the game transitions, just Beatrix is going to naturally have a lot more options, a lot more guns for the occasion, right?
Yeah. Yo, you see how much Reckless dealt damage there to Unicutie? Like, cut the Cho in half. Basically, just, what, 2 or 3 bombs in there.
Those are the Death Bunnies, man. And Reckless is running the Impure Rage. We only see very few roamers do this. One of them, you know, Oh My Venus, loves to do this. Run with Impure Rage Diggy. The harassment is just uncanny at this point, right? So it looks like the Empire is going to focus down here. Multiple members of BTK also making their way. They're going to spawn them out, and it looks like it all results into just some back and forth, but nothing committed.
Yep. Essentially what happened there was the Empire trying to set something up, but BTK were on top of it, so they understood. Now, Mobazane moving up, senses the correction from the Empire with that failed rotation, and he goes ahead and protects his purple. But there's 2 fights happening, one in mid, one in the bot. Yeah,
a lot of... but that's kind of what we at, right? where the point is you have a lot of these pokes going on. Unicutie though, oh, able to get out of there just in time. I don't think it would have killed him either. So, you know, but definitely a check shot. So all that too, BTK was able to secure that first turtle. So they line up, they get ready for this next one coming up here in just about 10 seconds. But a lot of cross-map play going on. Look at that. The Unicutie, at one point, that'll be the job, right? Just run into the death bunnies, man. Soak it up so no one else has to do it.
Just clean up house, right? And again, we're seeing how BTK and the Empire are on top of each other. They understand that, all right, they're making a rotation here. We have to answer back over there. And so far, that's what's led to this very small lead by BTK. 1K, at most 1K, right? Now Zane secures it. There's a kick by Yuna.
Nice way of the dragon there. Still going to be looking for the kick. Nice cancel the Phantom execution. He actually wasn't able to use it at all. Another one-on-one battle on the bottom side. So, ISO kind of getting that payback, right? I mean, this is probably the best case scenario for him.
That's right.
But it's just both gold laners slugging it out while the rest of the team just fights for these objectives. There's the RWM. Going to force out Demon there with wings by wings. Now they transition to the bottom side.
So far, the tally between Kokomi and ISO, 1-1. Who's going to take the series in a best of 3 between these gold laners? 1v1 escapades? We'll find out eventually. But I'm hoping that it doesn't come to that. Because again, the goal here is to make the most of your kit. And ISO going 1v1 versus Kokomi is not the ideal situation you want to put a 1-1 in. Now, talking about how the rest of the map is looking, I'm guessing it's his pressure down bottom. It's the fact that these two gold laners are so willing to go at each other that's opening up the rest of the map for BTK. And now what this does is this! Exactly! Mobazane can just do what he wants!
Yeah, that's tough, right? When Mobazane knows he has this kind of lead, not necessarily a lead against the jungler, but the lead that they have as a team, this is where that veterancy shows, right? This is where that confidence shows from Mobazane. And you can even see they're doing work, really just trying to zone out even members of the Empire, all for this orange buff. Now Alex gonna have to get out with that Phantom execution, but this is what's to be expected. Tier 1 though, finding kills, Demon falls. Kokomi trying to make his way there. T trying to help as well with the split. Look at the damage though coming out from Yato. The focus now going to be mid lane. Tier 1 still jungler action on the top side. Tier 1 holding on. ISO going to be looking to get it here if he can. They want to get this down before the next turtle is focused on. Reckless quite low. Here comes Alex. Just trying to zone them off from even furthering mid lane. But all this, again, this is what we've seen, right? All this action from BTK, kind of a distraction, while Mobazane secures these objectives. And just like that, look at the threat from Unicutie, get the flicker around from Kokomi.
Trigger discipline. Unicutie could have pulled the trigger on a kick down bottom, pulled the trigger on the kick on Alex, but he chose to just zone. Because again, yes, the game plan for BTK currently is to not force fights, just own the map. Again, make the operation zone for the Beatrix and the Farsa so much smaller so that the whole usual situation becomes defensive. And a defensive Black Dragon is the last thing you want. And BTK understands that. That's what's explaining this whole, close to 5k gold lead. And Mobazane has been stealing Alex's buffs for the past 2 minutes now. And sometimes he doesn't even need the retribution.
Yeah, you can already see, right, the damage coming out here. Reckless able to survive, though. T did fall. But they're going to unleash here under the tier 2. ISO picking up another kill. 2 down for the Empire. Yato still going to be forcing them back here from this tier 2 turret. They might not be able to get just yet, but happy with the couple kills that they grabbed.
Interesting. I wonder what Yato's building on here. And there's a kick!
Oh, this is going to be tough. Mobazane looking for the decimate, but it's Alex that falls. The crossbow of tag from ISO. It's a savage. What a play. And in a split second, holy moly, the lead that BTK has.
I don't think anyone could have said that I saw that coming, because early on, right, ISO was very messy. He was picking 1v1s against Kokomi, but here, again, perfect timing. All it took was trust and communication between their members, and they fed over a savage to IS. I wasn't expecting to see a Savage today. Like, I woke up and I'm like, yo, these are gonna be close matches, but not a Savage, not like this.
Same, you know. We're gonna take a look at the highlight here. And look at this. I mean, this was a great initiation, but if you keep an eye on ISO, he just waited for that moment. This is actually after this, right, where things kind of unfold here. And the fact that he got that Savage, and especially with the fact that he went majority of the game one-on-one, you know, bottom side, we didn't get to see it in the highlight there. But, you know, again, this is the fact of why Wanwan is usually banned, because of the potential for that to happen. And this time it just turned out to be a Savage.
And this is the ceiling of the whole between, you know, bad to worst, at least for the Empire. Now, talking about how the Empire can come back, one thing is they have the tools to come back, right? That they have a solid Highland defense. They have the Farsa, they have the Beatrix. The Yuzhong is definitely an asset when it comes to Highland defense. But again, you're not making the most of that Black Dragon form. The Diggy is solid. Like, you're not going to get caught out with bush checks, because again, you have the bombs to check in. So at least they have those tools. Now, is BTK gonna allow that? Looking at their lineup, likely no, because they have so many ways to cut through. Again, the glue alone is going to be instrumental in breaking that lineup in half. So yeah, I'm guessing if BTK wanna call this a game, the next Lord should be it. I'm looking at this next Lord.
And it's tough in this situation because, you know, with what we just saw, the Savage there from ISO, it makes it that much harder to fight against this 1-1 pick, right? Because yes, lane-wise, you know, you can kind of control it a little bit there and everything else, but now you're like forced in the situation, if you're the Empire, of do we actually go in and fight in these objective takes? Because so far they haven't, right? Again, BTK has just done a great job at zoning out even Alex from getting to the objectives. Early on, the turtles, you know, but then even the lords now. So at this point, it's tough to say. There you go. There's the Savage that we got a glimpse at. Again, I didn't even expect ISO to get this early on in the game. Again, it's only 9 minutes in, and he just, everything lined up for him. He popped off with a crossbow of Tang, and at this point, if you're the Empire, again, it's really hard to deal with this. So that first Lord already being secured by BTK, this could possibly be a game-winning push with the first Lord.
You're right. I think I was a little too optimistic when I said Luminous Lord, the next Lord, because again, this one might as well be it, right? Look at how far the Empire is pushed in and how BTK are pushing 2 lanes simultaneously. And this is looking like a good defense by the Empire, and they succeed.
Okay, they already grab a kill here, but like you mentioned, Leo, they do have good high ground defense, but can they actually hold on to this? They're going to have another wave, minions pushing in mid-side. This is going to be BTK focusing on that. There's the Black Dragon form. They're going to be looking to push them back here, trying to hold on to these inhibitor turrets if they can. But there's the damage to ISO with another kill. Inhibitor turret in the mid lane does fall now. Now I'm going to be looking for the bottom and top side. Still, Empire holding on, though, as much as they can. Now base fully exposed. BTK, I don't think they're going to be able to push it in just yet, but they're happy with exposing the base.
Yep, and at 11 minutes and a half, you could be in so much better shape, right? But the Empire are doing what they can. They're going to have to clear the waves, focus on clearing the waves, and yeah, bad news for the Empire fans, they're not even going to consider contesting this next Lord coming up in about a minute. So yes, the only XP and gold they're going to get, ideally, is what's coming in through the waves. Now, BloodThirstyKings, BTK, it looks like the call is to just force it. They're going to pressure, they're going to keep clearing, and they're going to force a fight inside the base.
Yeah, it looks like that. They're like, just give the buffs to ISO, here we go. They're going to clap down for all the recalls that came out. They can't find a kill, though. They're going to force back. The Black Dragon form coming out. They force T to go ahead and retreat. So even with all of that, BTK looks like they wanted to end the game, but it's not going to happen, so they go to plan B. Let's just go ahead and set up for that next Lord.
All right, message received, right? BloodThirstyKings understand that it's not here, not now. Maybe after the second Lord, maybe after Luminous Lord. And you see how Reckless is just spreading out these bombs. 2 of them are placed so that no fancy checks or sudden flicker kicks are done, and then the others are set in so that they clear waves. This is what the Empire can do. This is what the Empire should do, because the Bloodthirsty Kings are going to go straight for this Lord. It's a beeline towards this Luminous Lord because time is not on their side. BTK, if they let this extend, the Empire will hit critical mass, and then maybe a comeback is possible. But for now, BTK should focus on ending.
Yeah, so you can see that, right? Mobazane going to go ahead and just secure that Lord there. As he does, this is best for the Empire anyway. Just go ahead and try to set up a defense in the base, because you're 12k behind, man. You know, you got no space to work with here. And the best thing you can do is just hope that your high ground defense is enough to deal with. But you can be sure that as 4 situations going to come out from Unicutie here, still holding on to that flicker available as well. Already using the feathered airstrike to clear out these waves. So still a lot of work cut out here for the Empire. We'll see if they're able to hold it off. But still pushing back and forth. Lord making it away mid lane.
BTK could have timed the wave push in a little better, but I guess they're just burning out ults from Demon.
Oh, yeah.
And now here comes the Dragon.
They just get reckless. They're trying to buy some time. They still got the Lord to work with, but it's not going to be enough as they focus on the crystal here. And that's the crossbow of Tang, but it's into the fountain. They don't need it. Lord destroys the crystal. They take game number 1.
If BTK owning 3/4 of the map at 5 minutes and the Savage from ISO wasn't enough to send a message, then I don't know what will be, right? So BTK here picks up a clean victory, 1 game away from taking the series, making it a sweep. And that was my prediction. And again, a performance like this is what I saw in my head and is what's making that vision so much clearer. Looking back at the game, we'll have the stats up here in just a bit. I think the Empire had a solid toolkit. I think they drafted pretty well here, but when it comes down to like big picture situations or like turning micro into macro and eventually going for a plan or executing a plan that you drawn out before the game began, I think BTK had them trumped.
Yeah, and at this point, again, it's a very dominant game, right? There was no space to work with for the Empire. They didn't get any turrets here. Even objectives, right? There wasn't. It wasn't there for them. Even their own buffs, they lost them, right? Because just how, like I was saying, how confident Mobazane was to just invade the jungle and kind of command, you know, that they respond to him and really work around that. So this is something to be said about just kind of the Empire, how they played around this pressure from BTK and they kind of collapsed around it. Again, even early on when ISO died in the 1v1 matches, you know, you think that would allow Kokomi to actually be able to kind of carry that lane, carry into the mid game, but every other lane really struggled. And that's kind of what happened here where, and even early on with Unicutie grabbing that early kill, the early first blood, and then throughout the majority of the game, Unicutie was finding the setups that were needed, finding initiation. Sometimes it was even a PO, right? Even right there, right? Focusing on Alex here, allowing ISO to get those weakness points off to the crossbow of Tang where we saw this Savage, and it was clean. So that game 1, a very clean showing for BTK. We'll see if they can actually replicate it here for game 2.
Yeah, I think clean would be an understatement. They basically mopped the floor, added some shine to it, and then just bedazzled it. That's what that game 1 was for BTK. Now, going into game 2 here, I believe it's now the Empire on the play, and BTK answering back. They got the 2-pick swing. Should change the dynamics here. And if my research is correct, Alex, the jungler for the Empire, plays a lot of chess. He understands that what happened in game 1 was basically them giving up a knight for the equivalent of maybe, half the pawns that BTK had. Draft-wise, it looked like they were winning, right? Like, oh, look at the board. It's so much cleaner now. That's what those gold lane trades were. And then eventually like, oh, wait. where we're lacking in the pacing, and we're lacking in what we're putting on the board for the mid game, and that's what spelled disaster. That's what allowed the Savage from ISO. Now going into game 2, they're just doing their homework, I guess. What the Empire is doing with the Faramis ban first, it looks like they wanted the glue, but yeah, no, BTK was on it. Like, nope, we'll take it out.
Yeah, so and that's the thing too. Do you leave the 1-1 open? You know, like, do you leave that as an option again? Because, you know, as we were even saying in the draft, man, like 1-1 doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get a Savage or, you know, like moments like that every single time, because there are ways to shut down 1-1. There's ways to play around it, to counterplay it. Hell, there's heroes that directly counter into the 1-1, like Phoveus, who we've seen pop up before.
That,
right?
And we also called the whole Farsa's gonna blast the 1-1 situation, but no, that's not what happened.
Yeah, like in theory, it should be there. But again, you know, the way that game unfolded is just BTK across the board every single lane. So if you're the Empire, yeah, like you said, you gotta adjust here. And if that's, you know, leaning towards Alex Gambit, you know, and really honing in on that pretty much that knowledge, that high IQ, this is where we see, how does this play into part? How does this adjustment happen? Because yeah, 1-1's open. You know, that Valentina was the last ban from BTK. So you have a lot of options priority-wise. They decide to go with the Kaja here.
Yep, I was going to call it Kaja's open. Now, what does this leave for BTK early? The 1-1, the aforementioned 1-1 is out there. Even Melissa, if you don't want to pick the 1-1. Farsa, they can first pick Farsa, for all I care. Farsa X, that seems like a legit pick. Yato and there you go. See, so Yato and something.
This is the same, you know, they went like Farsa Yuzhong is such a, your bases are covered. Like we can build around this, you know, like we've got it. Now we can have our own freedom to build around that, regardless of whatever is drafted from the Empire. You can just play your game, and this is almost like a way, like, hey, the Empire, do you guys want to pick 1-1?
Yep.
You know, go ahead.
This is what the Empire did earlier, right?
Yeah.
Like this is how Empire did their first phase of the draft, and I'm liking it. The BTK are adjusting to it now. How does the Empire pick up the pace? Like this is what they saw from game 1, and like, oh, we know how that's supposed to be played. I wonder how. And already off to a great start. I like Lapu Lapu coming back. Lapu Lapu pressures Yuzhong quite well, and
how you feel?
That's a reaction. Oh, that's one way to put it.
So like Hayabusa, I know is now questionably it's always up in the air, and I feel like assassin pick specifically. I think Alex is more leaning towards, you know, tanky picks, at least from what I've seen up to this point. Right now, assassins, it's not to say assassins aren't possible for Alex, but you know, especially with Hayabusa picks, it takes a certain type of trust in your team to be able to let you shine on an assassin jungler pick these days. Like the way that the meta is, you really have to be able to play around your team. Yes, you could snowball, get some early kills. That's best case scenario. But with the way that things are in the meta now, especially later on in the game, I know we haven't gotten to like super late game just yet so far today, but especially if BTK Mobazane decides, you know what, let me go for a tankier type jungle, or let me even go for someone that allows me to extend those fights, it really is difficult for assassin junglers to have those extended fights, and especially if you get whittled down, right? So that is my only concern here with this Hayabusa pick for Alex, but maybe he can pull it off, make it work. You can see already too, they're actually going to be focusing on those utility jungler bans towards Mobazane. They already took out the Fredrin in the first phase. There's the Martiz. So we'll see. Interesting too, that last ban from BTK that looks like the Gushin.
Yeah, no, this is what you need when you're playing with the Hayabusa. You kind of want to have more cleanup after the fact, or Hayabusa will act as the cleanup. So if you're taking out these clean burst damage heroes, then all the more the Hayabusa becomes, as you put it, risky, right? They're taking out the Akai again, closing up gaps against Mobazane. But what does this leave Zane is still the Barats, the Baksha, or the Lancelot, the Taxot still out there.
Yeah.
This does give ISO again the 1-1. This is scary. Like, you're playing with momentum. They're playing with momentum, definitely.
If he's getting the 1-1 here, I'm wondering, what does the Empire want to do in the gold lane? How do you want to play around that? Because you don't want to have the same situation happen like you did in the previous game. Again, it wasn't. They go with the Claude. So in a way, you're thinking, is this the best answer, right? And it could work. Again, you're kind of like Claude. Anytime Claude locked in, you just want to farm up. You want to get the Blazing Duet off, right? Where you don't want to like be in the fighting situation. So a lot of this lineup is kind of like finicky. Like you want to be there, but you don't.
It's expensive. It's both finicky, expensive, not just in gold, but opportunity costs. There are going to be fights wherein the gold laner and the jungler aren't ready. Like, it's like, no, I don't want that fight. Like, let's not, please. And I think the way BTK picked up the 1-1 and the Paquito to close up their draft makes it all the more worse.
This bothers me because knowing how, again, confident Mobazane was in the jungle against the Empire, and you pick a Hayabusa, and if your jungle gets taken from you time and time again, like it did in the previous game, who is it going to be rough, right? And this is a Paquito, by the way, a Paquito jungle. So the damage is going to be there regardless, but this is going to be big time for Alex to really get what he needs in the jungle and get out and hopefully snowball his team.
And this is difficult, to say the least, as an understatement, because of all the people, Alex should know how dangerous a Paquito is. He has charted amongst Paquito users in his server, and he knows how difficult it is to face off against a Paquito with assassin heroes, right? We've seen that in the likes of Ling, dropping off walls and getting blasted by Paquito's fists. So, yeah, I wonder what the Empire's going to do about that whole interaction.
Well, we'll see as they get prepped up here. So they go ahead and grab that Lethal Wanderer, but that's the thing too. Mobazane's going to be looking for those kills. He's running that killing spree. The damage is obviously going to be there, but I think if he gets any like whiff of a lead over Alex, you're going to find him all over the place in the jungle. But that could also punish Mobazane, right? Like the Empire can play around that aggression if Mobazane decides to do that, kind of catch him out. There's the first blood. So that's already great here for Alex. I was saying, either allow yourself to get that snowball, not only for yourself, but for your team. This is what I meant by that, right? Using that Master Assassin emblem, we're going to be working around that. And now Mobazane visits bottom. Actually, they're making their way here. Unicutie as well. Could be setting up here for a follow-up. He's going to go ahead and charge up in the bush. Looking for Kokomi. Can't find him. Using the BMI safely. So far, the Empire playing really well around this aggression from BTK.
I'm liking it. What Alex is doing here is I'm not sure if on purpose, but avoiding the places where it's going to be difficult for him to get pickoffs. So yeah, that whole situation with Yato early on, that might have been less of Yato and more of Alex. I'd like to see that as a proactive situation. Off camera, there's a kill, and in mid!
Okay, Alex was looking for the shadow kill. Couldn't get it off, though. Did burn a flicker from Unicutie, but meanwhile, also topside T grabbed a kill. So, able to find that. Now the Turtle's going to be up here. First one of the game. A Feather of Airstrike going to come down. They force the flicker out from Reckless. Reckless doesn't have the Divine Judgment just yet. There's Alex and Mikasa goes in with a flicker. Mobazane in trouble. He's going to fall here. Now Turtle for the taking for Alex. Going to force them back. Unicutie charging up, but not worth the risk, they say. So the Empire and Alex finding that Turtle. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, ISO still looking for a kill. Kokomi running for the hills. But here comes BTK. ISO get the killing blow here. Now Alex in the jungle of Mobazane. Meanwhile, on the top side, still more. It's a 3 versus 1. T should be able to survive this. Holding on. Doesn't, though. Had the Black Dragon form. Did not use it. So a whole lot of chaos. Top portion of the map here.
You saw Homie try to set up for the Black Dragon form, right? You saw get him the calves, and now Demon in trouble. Should be fine. I was just about to say, the whole trade down bottom for Kokomi should have been enough for that whole Mikasa episode up top. Because again, that whole turtle take, that was all Mikasa. I correct myself,
yeah.
maybe 80-70% Mikasa. But that Lapu-Lapu came in clutch. Now, that's, I think, what BloodThirstyKings have to watch out for. I think T has to get on top of things here before the next turtle comes up. Because if this goes to the Empire, then I definitely say, confidently say, snowball complete.
Yeah, that was huge. Mikasa on that Lapu-Lapu play. Reckless waiting patiently here too. Gonna get through. They find Yatu. They use the Divine Judgment too, but the Flicker and the Wing by Wing combo able to keep him alive. Now Alex gonna join the party. Unicutie there. Mobazane also looking for an entry point if he can find it. There's the Shadow kill. Goes back. Finds him. It's Alex that gets the kill though. Mobazane still on the hunt. 1-2 punch. One more finds Alex. So it's a trade of the 1-for-1 so far. Still eyes set on the bottom side. Kokomi feeling the pressure here.
Zane the Body Hunter. Did you see that, Joseph? He tried to look for that last shadow. He knew that Alex was going to be there, and he caught up to him. Yeah, Alex got away for maybe a couple more seconds, but Zane eventually found his man. That was amazing.
Yep, and now we have the Blazing Duet from Kokomi to clear that wave. All trying to set up the Feathered Airstrike, though. Gonna force back. Only got one off here. Now Turtle for the taking, the second one of the game. Positioning crucial here. There's the Divine Judgment with the Flicker. They're gonna pull Unicutie back though. Was that the right target? Now Mikasa going in again, forcing Zane back. Unicutie did fall. Still gonna be unleashing ISO with the crossbow. Dang! In a similar situation. Gonna find two here. Kokomi trying to help out. Mikasa and Flicker. Tough situation here, even across the board. Turtle still up, though, for the taking.
Another turtle dance brought to us by the Empire and BTK. I'm loving it. Again, both were definitely packing heat, but BTK understood, and this time around, it's T who comes in clutch. Close call. Definitely Mikasa again tried to go for that same move that won them the first turtle, but this time around, again, T stepped up to the plate. He played with initiative, and he came in with the Black Dragon form at the right time that helped ISO get some kills and helped BTK secure the second turtle.
Man, this is so far for this game, it's obviously a lot closer, right, for the Empire this time around than the kind of snowball that happened for BTK in game one, which is great because, again, when you have this assassin jungle, Alex, you know, he might have died a couple times, but so far he's doing his job. And the rest of the team is really kind of following up through that. Again, you can see how much pressure is bottom side. Kokomi has avoided probably at this point 2 to 3 deaths. Let's see if he can actually still go. As I say it, BMI's out. No one can chase him down. So another successful avoiding death for Kokomi. Again, this is best case scenario for them as he tries to build up to that point where you have those 3-4 items on your squad. You have that huge impact of Blazing Duet. And now, again, roll around with his snowball. Hold on, though. They find the setup here. Reckless. Still going to be alive. The Divine Judgment, the counter punch. Unicutie gets counter punch, falls mid lane. Mobazane not able to get the kill, though. Too quite low. He goes back. Whoa. Can't find it. They did get the flicker out, though. The Empire striking back here. No pun intended. T trying to help the team. Mikasa was there.
All the puns intended. May the 4th be with you. These are not the droids you're looking for. Back to the match. I definitely felt how close Yato was to dying. You see how close Mikasa was with the Bravest Fighter? Like an inch away. Yato almost just bit the dust there. But now, back into that exchange, right? The Empire catching a break, getting the kill on to Unicutie. A better choice would have been anyone else but Unicutie. But Keisera, and there's another one!
Oh, this time they find Reckless here. ISO grabbing the killing spree, starting this snowball for himself. Now, as the eyes are set on this last turtle of the game, everybody getting in position. Alex grabbing his purple. He'll be making his way here. Mikasa holding it down. Mobazane also making way here. Who's going to be able to grab this one? Both marksmen still top side.
Talking about how XP laners are an X factor here, Naisu. That's one big talking point that we always have. Mikasa has been doing it for the Empire. He's been pulling all the stops. Reckless.
Yeah.
Close call.
So they don't grab the turtle, right? It turns in, it is now evolved into the Lord here, and it speaks volumes for kind of the pacing of this game. Again, game number 2, quite different, although there are still some snowballing happening here. Reckless looking for the setup, can't be able to find it. There's the crossbow of Kang, he's going to go down, went away from the team as well, so they couldn't get that reset. Another kill though going to the hands, but the return as Alex goes and finds a Wasians in the perfect position, gets the double. Mikasa trying to hold it down. It's going to be a 3 versus 1 here. Mikasa trying, gets petrified, knocked up. CC flickers out. It will survive with T on the chase. Should be able to grab the kill. He does. He had blood in his eyes, man.
That's why they're called the Bloodthirsty Kings. It wouldn't be called that if they just let opponents run away. Now, look at how BTK have made the most out of that skirmish in mid. They're pushing top, they're pushing bottom. Long lane set up here for Mobazane and the rest of BTK to eventually make a claim for this Lord. Now, the only thing that's missing is this mid. And I think that's why Demon, and Reckless are trying to defend it so hard.
You see, this is what you were talking about in game 1, but on the other side, right? Now, with Yato here on this Pacific, just unleashing a lot of burst potential. Unicutie gonna find Reckless once again, can't escape from it. Kill going to the hands of ISO. BTK, still, yeah, they don't want to pull the trigger on the Lord because they're like, you know what, we gotta get this tier 1 down, man. We gotta have space to work with across the map. Shadow kill! Alex, though, shutting down ISO. That's a huge pickup here. BTK down their gold lane. Not sure. They don't want to go ahead and commit to the Lord just yet. Still, both teams looking for plays across the map.
Yep, BTK, again, respecting that mid lane. Even if they have a great wave up top in the long lane, still not a safe.
Oh, Mikasa gonna get zoned out a little bit with that feathered airstrike. There's the divine judgment. They find Yano, they flicker around. Unicutie gonna whip that, but Alex is in trouble. Can't escape though. Now they're looking for more. Unicutie gonna fall. Mobazane, a lot of low members here. Can't find any connection though. Quite a messy fight in the mid lane. He finds that kill. Now this might be the moment for them. Mobazane still gonna be looking for more. Double kill with a killing spree. Man, the resets are here, and now their eyes are set on the tier 1. And then the Lord. Mobazane gives the call. They start it up.
Michael Cosgood is in the building. Despite whiffing on the first engagement, Zane still found bodies to take down and eventually convert into this Lord. The first major objective in quite a while. I'd say, what, 3 or 4 minutes in this game 2. And because of that, BTK are back in the driver's seat. Yeah, Alex has been finding much better success on this Hayabusa than we first expected, and definitely more than in game 1. But now, it seems like these, again, Alex's gambits, they're not going to be enough anymore. Yato and ISO are going to be much harder to take down as the game goes a little later.
Oh, well, Alex going to go ahead and find one there in the mid lane. It was Yato all alone. That's exactly not where you want to be against the Master Assassin emblem, so able to find it. They deal with this Lord. They're going to go ahead and deal with that, but they lose a couple more turrets here. Again, the Empire has not got a single turret yet at this point. Now, it might be great that Alex is getting kills, but what they need at this point is some space. But look at that, Unicutie again with the setup under the tier 2. Mobazane, though, is going to get punished here. T trying to find a kill, does eventually. Goes down himself, and now it's the Empire turning things around here on the chase. Going to be chasing down Unicutie. They get the flicker out. So the Empire, again, coming back into this game any way they can.
All right. The fact that Kokomi did not force the engage there, despite having 2 softer members of BTK backing off, means that they're still in this, mentally speaking, right? The Empire understands that they're down, and 3K is a palpable lead. I think that's something that you can work with, despite not having pushed any turrets. Yet, the Empire understand that most fights aren't theirs to take yet. Looking at the item game, Kokomi is currently still, what, not there yet. Like, he can build better items, right? And looking at what Alex has done, where was he? What was he up to?
Well, Alex has fallen. That's what he's done.
He's not here anymore.
He's not there anymore. He got spotted out. Already getting that wind of nature, too. Mobazane Can he? Oh, he's gonna get outplayed! Kokomi! I don't know if that Wind of Nature was a bait, but Mobazane fell for it. He falls to the bottom side. Now T. And a 3 versus 1 for a while here. Here comes the rest of the team. They're gonna zone them out. The Empire still trying to hold on. Unicutie, time after time, has found set after set on this Kufra. He's having a massive game for the team here.
Yuna is amazing. And so is Kokomi. I just gotta say, right? When they say NA has amazing micro, just look at that one engagement, right? He played with the best of them. He outstepped, outplayed Mobazane. And I could have sworn Mobazane was gonna get it, especially after that early win chant proc. But Kokomi still got it. And that one blunder, I'm sure they can work with it. Again, they can just build upon bricks on bricks and bricks until the Empire is built once more. And then eventually, right? Like, again, it's still a 2K, 3K gold lead.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Again, you know, confidence is obviously there for Mobazane, but in instances like that, especially when you're on this Paquito pick against a Claude, it's tough to, you know, outmaneuver that situation. So, you know, at this point, you still control the Lord Pit here. We'll see if they actually are able to secure this fully, though. Alex goes and gets his orange buff. There's the conceal play. Reckless is going to be looking for a target here with that Divine Judgment. Whoever he can grab, probably. But look at that bottom side. Alex does fall. In the bush, she goes Unicutie, but look at top. Reckless going to fall too. Mobazane looking for the punishment. Now going to be hunting for Kokomi. He doesn't go back with the BMI, still going to be hunting. There's the Blazing Duet. Yato falls as well. Mikasa trying to get back to base here. Not going to be able to do it. 2 versus 1, ISO and Zane. They take out Mikasa and now the Lord. Still, Kokomi alive here. Going to try to get what he can. It grabs the tier 1. And it's the sole survivor of that whole sequence. So Kokomi trying to hold on. Lord eventually going to be secured by Mobazane.
A 2-for-4 exchange. Make that a 3. Eventually. Yeah, I think the Empire just walked away with what they could. And the only reason why I'm so optimistic about it is, yeah, if it was anyone else but Kokomi, it could have been worse. And I wonder if he's going to get away with this. Oh.
Hey, he got the turret. I think that, you know, a couple minutes ago, Leo, I was like, you know what the Empire needs? They need some turrets. They need some space to work with. And yeah. I don't know if Kokomi heard me or not, but that's what he did. He got the tier 1 mid lane top side. But now they've got a Lord charging in on the top side.
I'd like
he's
to think
not
that
here.
wasn't worth it.
Yep.
Joseph, that wasn't worth it. Not right now.
Not right now. Lord's going to charge up. Inhibitor turret top side's going to go down here. BTK looking for more. I7 in the mid lane. Alex going to go ahead and try to push that wave back. Use the shadow kill. They're going to try to clear it, but can he juke the entire team of BTK out here as he's on the run? They spot him out. Unicutie on the hunt. No place really he can go. Use the retribution as well. Goes into the base. Stuck between a tough position. Unicutie gonna go in. Grabbing the kill finally from Alex. Again, all they did was buy time. Now again, they are doing what they can in these situations. And if it's buying a couple more seconds to allow Kokomi to come online, then that might work for them. But can they survive the onslaught here from BTK? Mikasa getting quite low, going to be pushed back. T now also has to respect the damage that is there. They're going to lose the middle inhibitor turret. BTK now looking on the bottom side, knowing that they have the numbers advantage, but they don't call it just yet. They go regen, they grab resources from the Empire.
Alex was caught in what we call in the business a pickle there. He did what he could, and at some point, yeah, buying time is the only thing you could do left, and that's what allowed, I'm guessing, the Empire to keep this bottom lane inhibitor. If Alex died right then and there, or at least led the opponents into their half of the map, then yeah, we could be looking at a bare base for the Empire. So yeah, who knows? This could have been what bought the Empire that last bastion, this remaining inhibitor turret, which will be, I'd say, I wouldn't put instrumental or very important, but it'll at least help with the long lane defense against this, wow, evolved Lord coming in half a minute.
Yeah, I feel like this is a tough thing too, because at this point, right, Kokomi has the items for the most part that he needs right on this Claude. But even if you get a well-placed Blazing Duet and you bring the members of BTK half health here, where's the follow-up, right? I mean, Alex can also use the shadow kill and everything else like that, but you still have to have things fall into place for the Empire here, with them being down, you know, about 6K or so. But they have the tools they need. This is why you see them still, given that situation, looking for picks. They might actually go for Mobazane here. Ooh, reckless. Burning the flicker. He wanted to grab him with a Divine Judgment, not going to be able to find it. So this might either be a counterplay from BTK, knowing that resource is down. They spotted him out here. Kokomi, what was he doing there? He now falls. BTK gonna go ahead and grab this purple here. T forcing Alex back. Alex goes back in though. Looks like he burned the Retribution. There's the shadow kill. Not gonna be able to get the kill that he's looking for. He falls to ISO. BTK now gets the green light to take the Lord and march into the base.
Joseph, on paper, technically speaking, that's got to be checkmate. The fact that you lost 2 of your core players, conceded an evolved Lord, and getting nothing out on the swing back. Yeah, you pop a Petrify, you pop a Flicker. That is just a difficult trade, and I'm mincing my words here. This is so hard for the Empire. It's gonna be a difficult defense.
Yeah, tough situation to be in. Kokomi now online here. Alex, a couple seconds away. Should be able to be here full-on force anyway for that Lord. They're going to go ahead and lose this bottom turret as it's worked on. Feathered Airstrike going to push them back. Base fully exposed here. This is to see if the Empire can hold on longer. All ultimates available. Reckless on the front side. They're trying to zone them out the best they can. Lord's still going to be working on the crystal. They've got to take it out here. Kokomi with a wind chance, but ISO use the crossbow and going to force them back. Alex falls. Crystal a couple hits away. And that's going to be a BTK with another sweep against the Empire.
Victory!
And that's deja vu. The last time they met, it was the same exact results. BTK walking away the winner. And yeah, despite the Empire adjusting and again switching things up in the draft, even in their gameplay, I'd like to say there was some adjustments that the Empire employed in Game 2 to help them take it this far. At least last close to 20 minutes compared to the much shorter game in Game 1. BTK still had their number. And we'll see here when the stats come up in just a bit exactly how they did that. But yeah, towards those last couple of minutes, right? You mentioned that, yeah, Kokomi has the items, even if they do find the engagement and rain down heavenly fire on them via the Blazing Duet. It was still a pipe dream. There was really only so much you could expect and ask for. Again, even if you don't expect T or Unakuni to just stand there, right? And not even talking about the dynamite that were in the hands of Mobazane. So yeah, it's so hard to think of how Empire could have come back from that when you're looking at the 17-18 minute moment.
Yeah, again, you got to say, you know, Mobazane being a confident jungler that he is, sometimes he's going to put himself in situations where he gets outplayed, right? That was a situation where he probably wanted to be in with the lead that they had. But you can see, based on the stats here, the team effort from BTK, yes, it was a closer game for, I would say, maybe to the midpoint, but then they just started to roll with the punches, literally, and then work around it, right? And that's what happened. That's how they excelled there for that game too, to get that sweep.
And absolutely. And both teams, as we've mentioned, have made a lot of progress throughout this whole tournament. But it just seems like BTK has really tried their best to pull the team together. And they've demonstrated that they are still one of the top teams in North America region. And especially with that Savage today with ISO. And he is going to be the MVP for the first game with that. And it really shows you how scary 1-1 can be if you let them feed the 1-1. So remember not to do that, and just amazing performances all through today. A lot of surprises, but it did save Leo and save the casters with their predictions, as this game was pretty close. Yeah.
And I like that. Somebody should get that printed on a little piece of paper wherever BTK is playing. Don't feed the 1-1.
Don't feed the 1-1. Well,
I mean, same goes to every situation, every game. Don't feed the 1-1.
Well, yeah, and you know that's the thing too. Is again, 1-1 doesn't have the most amazing win rate, but if you get to the point where she's fed, and even before the Savage, she had 3 kills. right? So it was managed, and those kills and those deaths was mostly one-on-one matches with the Kokomi. So, again, I'm wondering if this means that, teams will start banning 1-1 against BTK.
And we'll find out as we watch some of the replays with ISO and the Godly 1-1.
Yo, ISO just literally loaded game 1. ISO was playing an extended game. For ISO, this wasn't 2 games in a best of 3. It was just one long, 35-minute game. Essentially, right? Just talking about it, especially since he picked up that Savage, which is gonna come in any minute here.
This is the initiation right there. Boom, the kick.
Pow.
Boom, pow. Yo,
Skadoosh.
right there. Big damn.
There you go.
And I didn't expect the Savage like this early into the game, right? So, but hey, it's a 1-1, and she's fed.
Here's the thing. I don't see very many 1-1 games, at least in professional play, because again, the logical thing to do is ban out the hero. But it just dawned on me again after seeing her in action today. Her hops skip over walls. Joseph, Liz, did you see that? He's able to just hop over walls.
It's incredible.
That's nasty.
Yeah, this is the push here to end the series, to end the game. Again, the fact that BTK pretty much controlled most of this end game worked out really well.
Yeah, for sure. And let's take a final look at the last matchup, like the last team fight between the two teams in the last game.
And here, I had some hope, right? Because they were buying time, but really it was the game's mechanics that went up against the Empire because there were no waves. You see how the Lord had like just maybe one hit and then went down? If maybe there was just one more wave that spawned, if they were able to push them back, then maybe the Empire would still be playing at this moment. But nah, BTK smelled blood in the water and they went for the win.
Yeah, they got it. So, with that, I think that concludes that series. So, it was another surprising series in a way, but I think we're going to be taking a short break here to lead us into our probably, I guess it is our last match ahead of us, right? Because we don't have that third matchup now.
All right, guys, like a reminder to everybody, there is some quick change up to today's schedule. LaimiTop will not be participating in today's matchups. It will go directly to the highly anticipated matchup between Ackerman and the TheOhioBrothers. So stay tuned, get a quick drink, and we'll see you guys in 5.
Priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
All right, guys, welcome back to the halftime show. As we prepare ourselves for the highly anticipated match between the top 1 and 2 teams, we have a little bit of a segment to discuss how the teams have been performing over this past tournament and what we expect them to see this season. So we have a short little recap of the plays between Ackerman versus the TheOhioBrothers, and just for our international casters, right now the TheOhioBrothers and Ackerman are at the first and second standing. The TheOhioBrothers haven't lost a single game besides one against the Wasians, and Ackerman is also looking pretty well at 14 versus 6. So this is going to be the second time the two teams are going to have a chance to match against each other in the second round robin. So Leo, what are you most excited about in today's matchup?
Before I answer that question, can I just say, before this whole season, right, before the split for NACT even began, knowing that the TheOhioBrothers and Ackerman would be in here with these rosters, I knew that they would be performing like way up top. And this is exactly what I thought the top 3 would look like. Because again, there's a lot of talent spread out between the TheOhioBrothers, Ackerman, and BTK. Because again, that's players who have played on the world stage, just spread out across the upper half of the standings right now. But the way that TheOhioBrothers are built, right? The way that they basically just took a majority of the valley, injected Ureshi in there, who is a player that we're very well familiar with. Nice when I've called a lot of his matches while he was still with the MPL. And then you put best player in there, who has been working hard over the past, year or so, just building himself up as one of the best junglers in NA. And you have a winning formula. So yeah, no, I'm excited to see how the TheOhioBrothers, this is what I'm excited for, right? How the TheOhioBrothers can continue their win streak. Like, how far can they take it? That's what I'm looking at.
And Naisu?
Well, for one, fun fact, I lived in Ohio for a while. So when I saw the TheOhioBrothers beat, even before I knew who it was, I was like,
that's blood.
Wait, what? That's me, right? That's where I'm. Okay, I lived in Ohio before I moved to the Philippines. Like,
he's a brother.
That's where I was. Yeah, Cincinnati. Let's go. But no, jokes aside, it's great to see, because again, when me and Leo were there in M4, and when we saw like that hype and everything around an NA team on an international scene, that's always beautiful to see, right? It's always great to see. But now they have, this new identity, similar names, but also names that, like Leo mentioned, they've been working hard. Yeah, Ureshi as well. The fact that, Ureshi, when he was playing here, we didn't get to see him as much, but now you see him on this team that is dominating here. And it's going to be amazing to see if the TheOhioBrothers do make it forward, to see him again on a different stage, right? So, and for Ackerman, even before, right, with the players across the board here, I've always been a fan. Ever since my first time casting NACT, I've been a huge fan of Nicolette. She is one of the best players across the board, and regardless of what people say, like, any mage that she gets her hands on, she can carry games. So ever since I casted that first game of NACT when I first joined seasons ago, I've been a believer of Nicolette, right? So aside from that, seeing how Ackerman has risen also through the ranks and made a name for themselves, I also expected this, right? The TheOhioBrothers and Ackerman. Now, with Ackerman and BTK, I was like, which one's going to be better? But based off the performances that we've seen from the previous weeks, Ackerman is just getting things together faster. And I feel like that's one of the things that can be said here. But still, like Leo mentioned, both these teams stacked in terms of individual players, synergy, and everything else. It's going to be, again, a very interesting kind of rematch from what we saw the sweep early on in the weeks. I think that was week 2. So I'm really wanting to see, how has this changed? Can Ackerman change that result this time and be one of those teams that does, hey, the TheOhioBrothers, check yourselves, right? You might be where you are now, but Ackerman is here. So that's what I want to see here for this matchup.
For sure. And you talked about girl power, with Nicolette being really showing you how strong the female player can be in the esport gaming scene. And with the two teams, like we mentioned, they've had experience in the world stages, with Zia from Ackerman now playing in the gold lane role, as well as Basic from the TheOhioBrothers, who's also going to be fighting against Zia. So that will be a pretty fun mashup to see. And is there any progress that you particularly want to see from any of these players that you mentioned compared to their performances in the M series?
Okay, so I didn't mean to gloss over my Manong Zia, right? Also a fellow Filipino, moved over to the gold lane for the better part of the past 18 months, and he's actually doing great. The fact that they're the second best team currently in this spring season of NACT is a huge deal. So that might be one more thing that we have to watch out for, because between Basic and Zia, I think again, the folks here in NACT can correct me, because you guys definitely have more reps watching these two, but I have called them in their arguably biggest performances yet on the world stage. I'd say Basic has a higher ceiling but a lower basement compared to Zia, while Zia, I'd say, is more stable. He's taken a lot of cues from his performance in the gold lane when they finished, rather from the mid lane when they finished third in M3. Like that still sounds crazy coming out of my mouth now. BTK finished third in M3. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see how maybe Ackerman can leverage that. How they can say, you know what, Zia, hunker down. We need to wait until you're ready, because Basic might slip up at some point, and then we'll punish from there. Right, so that's one maybe facet or one aspect that maybe Ackerman can get one over the TheOhioBrothers.
Yeah, and you know, for me, one of the biggest things that Ackerman has to do is control arguably the best roam that NA has ever seen. Right, Shark's massive, but at the same time, he's huge. In person, Shark's huge. I stood next to him, right? But the thing is like, Shark is very commanding in game, and you see that. And sometimes I feel like watching Shark develop, you see where he kind of like second guess his own decisions, but I feel like he's really settled in now to the role, to himself as a player. So I feel like, again, Ackerman, part of that is countering that capability, that game-winning capability that Shark has alone in the roam role, the ability to counter against the sets that you know Shark is going to make. Like, there's no doubt about it. So how do you respond to that? I think that's one of the biggest things for Ackerman here, and I'm excited about, because so far people have had a hard time doing that, right? And that's exactly why the TheOhioBrothers are where they are. So yeah, you have a lot of boxes to check, but I feel like it really, with this lineup, Shark is a big concern here for Ackerman.
For sure, Shark with Nicolette and every single player from these two rosters is going to be a wild match for today. And that will come up towards the end of the hour. And thank the casters for their feedback. And then we're all super, super excited for the last game of the day. But before that, we have a bit of a community news to share with you guys. If you guys missed it earlier on the show, we went live to Los Angeles, and showed you a community event taking place today. So dozens of ML fans and pro players got together in person to watch the show, and we're having a great time with the watch party. Everyone was enjoying it, and it was super loud from what we've seen, and everybody was having a lot of fun. And we spoke with our friend Talon, who talked about what an amazing opportunity it is to join in the offline events and to meet up with your gaming friends in real life and the pro players you've been following up who lives in the West Coast. So this event is wrapping up today. It was the second major event we had offline, but stay in tune to the MLBB and the NACT social media channels for more info. Follow us in Discord so you can get information on any updates for next MLBB NA offline meetups. So make sure you follow our official social media accounts and get involved in the community.
Low-key, I was jealous to see the crowd that Talon had, because again, now it's no secret that in Southeast Asia, MLBB meetups are just huge events, right? Like thousands of people. But sometimes you just miss that homey and warm, just like just you and a bunch of friends vibe, and that's what I saw there. Again, there were dozens of people. Yes, by no means can I fit that crowd in my apartment, but it's just, you know, it's intimate enough to like just be with people who appreciate MLBB esports, and I love it.
Not only that, but it's like, you know, it's the fact that you get a bunch of people who obviously some know each other, some don't, but you all relate to one thing, right? And that's MLBB, and in even the esport aspect, like rooting for your team. I think that's so that's a very strong thing to relate to and have fun with, and it's something that I always enjoy too. Even when I lived in the US, I loved you know, back in my day, you know, it was like LAN parties, right? Like back in my day, it was LAN parties, man. Everybody would, but back then people would bring their PCs, right? But now, thankfully, we get to play on these mobile devices, so it's much easier to meet up with everybody. But yeah, I agree with Leo, because even for us casters here in MPL Philippines, we love, like, in the talent room playing together, right? And we all know each other, but even more so, like, what about if you get to play MLBB with people that you don't know, but you all share that same kind of hobby? If for a lot of people it's hobby, some people are competitive with it, but at the end of the day, you all speak that language, you all have fun, and you know, it turns out to be a very social event. So yeah, little jealous as well when we got to see that, but I'm happy. Like that, seeing stuff like that really makes me happy.
And is a perk that you get in NA, because in North America, the ML community is still relatively small. You really have a chance to meet pro players and to meet friends you connect through online. And this is something that you don't get in the C server, where it's such a huge game in that region. But for everybody in the community and for all of you watching, here we have another giveaway with 40 giveaway codes listed on the screen. So you guys will have a chance to get one of the tournament chests to these skins. So make sure you type in that code, find the link in the description, and secure your chance to one of the wins. So as you guys are typing in the codes, we are going to go into another extended break. We will have the TOB versus Ackerman matchup coming up to the bottom of the hour. So make sure you guys stay tuned, get a few snacks, talk in the chat, and we will see you back towards the bottom of the hour. All right, everyone. I hope you had a nice little break there. We are back to our highly anticipated match of the series today. As we see on the screen right here, the TheOhioBrothers and Ackerman are the top two teams right now in the current 2023 spring standings. The TheOhioBrothers have only lost one game so far, and the Ackerman is just catching up. So this will be the second time they get to match against each other this series, and we are just pumped. Now, we are going to go into their first game, but before that, let's look at the predictions for the TOB lineup. So as you see from casters, it's pretty determined. I mean, we have some casters who think that Ackerman will win at least one game, but with Weezy and Ben Hadid and Eunice, we all think that it's going to be a 2-0. So what do you guys think, Leo and Naisu?
All right,
what are
so
your predictions for this match?
Here's the thing. The ones who said 2-1 are giving it over to Ackerman. And then the ones who are saying it's a clean sweep are giving it over to TOB. I completely understand why that is. But I'm going to go ahead and pick up of what I said earlier today and say it's going to be the TheOhioBrothers. And I think it's going to be a sweep. I think they're going to continue their streak.
Yeah, so for me, I'm also giving it to the TheOhioBrothers, but I think Ackerman can take a game from them. And I think that it'll be highly dependent on how game one goes, right? We already shared our thoughts during the halftime show, exactly how that can happen. And like I said, as long as Ackerman can really allow their key players to shine and also shut down, right, the playmakers, if you will, for the TheOhioBrothers, even the roam, control the roam, or at least have a counter punch towards Shark, because he's going to be working with that. So I think that's a big thing. But yeah, for my prediction personally, 2-1 TheOhioBrothers. But let's see if Ackerman can change that around here.
Yeah, and this is Ackerman's chance to kind of get a feel of what could possibly be the matchup for the grand finals between with the TheOhioBrothers. This is their chance to kind of demonstrate how far they've come and what progress they've made, to see if it really paid off against the top team right now. And I mean, any tips on Ackerman? I know Naisu has talked about what they can do to kind of get ahead in this game, but what about Leo? You believe, you are a firm believer that the TheOhioBrothers are just on another level.
Yeah, I'd like to be adopted by the TheOhioBrothers. I want to be a brother myself, but for Ackerman, again, I think I'll have to echo Naisu here, and they have to get off to a good start. If they can give TOB their second loss this season, game loss that is, then they're off to a great start. And I think that's one way to send a message and one way to set the pace for this series, and maybe get one for them. But again, it's a long shot. I do believe our casters here at NACT, if ever it's Ackerman who's going to take it home, it's going to be via a 3-game series. That's as optimistic as I can get.
And definitely. And I think we're prepped up for the draft here too in just a second as we get loaded up for this game one draft. And like we mentioned, the possibility of Ackerman taking down the TheOhioBrothers is obviously there. They're very close in the standings, and it really comes down again, what do they draft? What do they prioritize? And at the same time, I one thing that I want to point out too is the fact that in the XP lane, like we mentioned in the previous series earlier this morning or earlier this evening for you guys over there, is XP lane factor is a huge X factor, right? And Galaxy is a former teammate, I believe, with Merciless, and we saw like how merciless can be, right, in that lane. So and Galaxy's performance so far up throughout the season, you can't discredit it, right? So I think that's going to be a crucial point. Again, he's against Yureshi, and you and I, Leo, we know quite a bit about Yureshi and kind of his path that he's had, and the fact that he is arguably the best XP lane in NA, taking from what he learned from the Philippines and applying it there. The work is going to be cut out for Galaxy, but that is one of those steps for a successful series here for Ackerman.
And we can go as deep as we can with history, right? Like as far back as we want to with these players. But what matters is the here and now, right? And in the here and now, TOB have proven themselves to be the apex of NACT performance. And I don't think tonight will be any different for them. It's just another day at work for these 5 gentlemen, and it begins here in the draft. Looking at the Valentina and the Eve taken out by the Ohio brothers. Ackerman taking out the Joy. There goes the Arlot. I think heroes like Kaja, heroes like Wan are still out there. Fredrin are still out there. So there's still a lot to watch out for. Still a lot of hot commodities in the open.
Yeah, this also begs the question, like, what does the jungle matchup look like, right? Because we know that, for example, Kush likes to opt for assassins, right? I think, I'm not sure if it's Coach Deku or Trex that coined that saying, the Kushabusa, I think it was, or something similar to those lines. When I heard it, I was like, that's right, man. You know,
that Kushabusa.
So, you know, and if we have an assassin matchup in the jungle, we love it. It's always fun to see that. Now, you know, I know meta-wise, people are like, you know, utility junglers, much better, that Martiz, that Fredrin and everything. But when you see 2 assassins across the board, you can count tanks a lot if you want to or not. Technically, he's still an assassin. He's just wearing a lot of armor, right? So hopefully we see something along those lines, like an assassin jungle matchup here against best player. But already, as we get through this first phase of bans, there's the Yu Zhong ban. I think that's a solid choice as well from the Ohio brothers. Obviously, the homework is done here against, you know, someone like Galaxy, like I said, a playmaker in himself. So with 2 of those top kind of picks for XP lane being taken out, this leaves open, you know, Lapu's still there. I was going to say Glue, but now he's banned out. So, you know, depending on what Ohio brothers want to prioritize, if it's that Kaja, if they decide to opt for that, then, you know, Ackerman will have 2 good choices for themselves for this first phase.
Yep, again, the aforementioned Kaja still out there. Maybe Shark can pick it up. The Farsa in the hands of Hoon, worthy trade. You can give basic the 1-1, it's open. But of course, it's the Faramis, it's the classic. I like it. And again, the fact that the Valentina's not here means there's no clap back from the Ackerman, not immediately. So this is a good start.
Wondering if Ackerman wants to go ahead and like already pick up the Claude here. Probably one of the better options to at least counterplay into that Cult Altar. They don't want to go ahead and either, you know, even give that up if possible. So they have like you said, they have a couple options. If they want to go ahead and secure that mid lane option for Nicolette, then even the gold lane. But yeah, you don't have a direct answer. And usually teams that want to go for that Faramis, they do ban out the Valentina, so they don't have to deal with it, right? But here we go already. Ackerman locking in the Lancelot along with the Grok here. So it's interesting that they did do that, because now you already know, like, for the most part, right? We've seen Grok in the jungle before, but now with Tank's a lot going to be here. The Grok is it going to be Roam? Is it going to be XP lane?
Yeah, I think that's the flex that they're going with. Is it going to the hands of Galaxy or Twinks? But if I may say, this is an early Grok. I'm not sure if it's something that both players, talking about Twinks and Shark, want so bad, but just for my taste, seems too soon. Now, the aforementioned Claude. You're talking about how it's a great answer against the Faramis. Pow!
It's stolen.
Mr. Peter Bryce says, no, sir. I'm going to play the Claude here. You meet my friend Dexter. And what else did they close up with? Again, all right, they want to stop the Lancelot. I understand.
Yep. I mean, this makes sense, right? Like, this is what you expect, especially the fact that, you know, Ackerman didn't pick up the Claude. I figured they would. Like, honestly, I feel like they could have held on to this Grok pick, like you mentioned, for a while. And, you know, so now do they want to pick up their marksman option? Do they want to opt for the mid lane choice? Like you said, Farsa is still available if they want to go ahead and play that. At least you have that, like, one, the high ground defense. You can defend really well if you have to, if you're forced into your base. You also have a lot of pressure with the burst potential against, you know, even the Cult Altar here. You can escape the Kufra setups as well. But still, I would like to see them go ahead and secure a comfortable pick for their gold lane, but it's not going to be. It's actually they roll with the Diggy here because of the amount of CC they have to deal with.
Yep, already in the first phase alone, there is the Kufra and the Faramis, so I think this is warranted, but it allows for the Ohio brothers to punish Ackerman's lack of peel. And already they forced Ackerman to give up the ghost. Like early on, your flex is no more. Like we know where the Grok is going because of this early diggy. So I'm not sure what Ackerman will do with that, but I think they understood that trade anyways.
I'm wondering now in this case too for Ackerman, again, we're really trying to think here for Ackerman, how do they give the Ohio Brothers like their first series loss, right? And with things kind of falling into place now as we get through the second phase of these bans, it's like, what is our answer towards this Fairness pick? We've seen kind of the dynamic shift when, you know, Fairness wasn't accessible and what that did to drafts and overall gameplay. But now that he's here again, and usually the answer is Valentina, again, you need a great option to deal with it, right? Because Cold Holder is such a impactful ultimate. Not only that, but the Stampede, the ability to, we have seen plays after plays being made with the flicker, the Stampede combination, displacing people, and then now you have a Kufra on top of this, right? So that's why you see the Ohio Brothers banning out these gold lane options. Melissa would have been a decent choice. I wouldn't say the best choice, but a decent choice because, you know, really you don't have to do too much work on Melissa. You just get in range, you know, you use the pretty much the Inspire along with just how fast she hits and how hard the auto attacks hurt when she has the items she needs. So, you know, again, you're left with what is our answer to this? And there they take out the Leslie too. So interesting, right? What does this leave open for Ackerman here to at least park in the gold lane now that we get to the second phase?
So your boy Zia still has a few heroes left. The Brody, okay choice. I'm not sure how he's willing to run a Harith into a Kufra. Might be dangerous. I don't know. Gold lane seems to be tighter this time around. The aforementioned 1-1.
He's got 1-1 and Beatrix.
Yeah, 1-1 and Beatrix. Now, between those two, something tells me maybe the Beatrix is safer. Maybe the Beatrix is better because it has more coverage. So, yeah, Beatrix solves a lot of problems now in hindsight. So there it is. Yep.
There it is. Yeah, locked in. Because, again, you want to have an answer to the Cult Altar if you can, right? And I know the Diggy is there as well. You have, you know, the Times Journey to work around with, but still, you need a good coverage of at least AoE damage. Oh, that is locked in, by the way. So we've got a Fanny locked in, and
there it is.
You know, the thing about Fanny, right, is for best player, pretty sure this dude, this is like, to my gourd, this is his Fanny. I had a 70+% win rate on my gourd, top global #1. Well, best player is literally, this is his pick. This is Fanny. He's a Fanny expert. So
that's right.
This is going to be an interesting matchup because we were talking about assassin versus assassin. Well, here we go.
And what's better yet, Joseph, is there's very little catch for Ackerman right now. Like the only real hero that can stop best player's Fanny is the Grok. That's it. Maybe you're lucky to catch him with a reverse time. But that aside,
that's luck.
Even Nicolette can't think of a good solid answer, right? Like she's like, okay, I can provide some burst, right? Never mind. Like let's not play around best player. And something tells me, this is just a gut feeling, this is the right thing to do. If you force that last pick to answer the Fanny, you would have been thrown off so hard. So I think Ackerman are still sticking to their game, and I think this is a great way to try and give the Ohio Brothers, again, that game 1 loss.
Yeah, the work is going to be cut out here for Ackerman. Anytime Kagura's locked in, man, I got to say, it's always a toss-up for me because, yes, the burst potential is there. The ability to, you know, even juke people out the way that the her kit works, but a lot of the times, again, does it fall into place for you properly use that yin-yang overturn and everything else? Because you have so much to worry about from the Ohio Brothers right now. Not only is a Fanny going to be zipping around, you know, doing work, but you got to worry about the Kufra setups that we've seen work wonders. And, you know, that's just 2 of the problems that Ackerman has to deal with. So, you know, let's find out here exactly what's going to work out. And as we jump into game 1, again, this is the last series of the game, or of the day. Sorry, last series here. Game number 1, though. Hopefully we have 3 games, because I know you guys are at home waiting to see a 3-game series, right? We've had 2 sweeps up to this point. This is pretty much one of the series that should go 3 games. So let's see how it plays out here. And at the same time, again, best player on the Fanny. You got to keep an eye on him, how he rotates, how he handles this. You're going to also see Ackerman really trying to defend and keep as much of the space to work with in their favor, right? And the work for Nicolette is going to be kind of a little bit of a bodyguard in a way to allow Kush to have a good, basically, first rotation through the game, because Kush has to be securing these objectives early on, right? He has to be able to kind of freely farm up, get ready for those turtles. You can see everybody making their way already here.
Shark with a catch. Toink's in trouble. Best player, no one home. And there's an ult already, and down goes Toinks. And in the middle of it all, Kush takes down Shark. 1-for-1 trade. It's Roamer on Roamer violence.
Roamer on Roamer violence, and both junglers profit, right? Both junglers get the kill here. So that, again, this makes things interesting, especially with the matchup that we have here between these two and the assassin picks, even if it is a tanks a lot. Reshi, though.
Oh, spends the flicker. Getting out of trouble here. Now the turtle up in about a couple of seconds. I'm guessing best player wants to get his purple first. I wonder what Kush is thinking about. Oh, he has his purple, so he's going to go ahead and speed this up.
Yeah, you can see both of them pretty much setting up here as the rest make their way to the turtle pit. Aside from the marksman, the gold laner is going to just sit there, farm up. It's going to be pretty much a 4-on-4 battle while best player gets that purple.
Check it out, 4v4, and there's an altar. Best player secures it. Down goes Galaxy. Does get a jump in. That's coming in from Shark. The best player gets a 2K there. All wins for TOB.
Well, like I said, right, this is a comfort pick for best player. The guy is has a solo queue win rate of probably like 70+% on Fanny. So Ackerman, you know, knowing that, it says like we're comfortable playing against this. They didn't think about banning it out, and they want to play around it, right? Do they have the tools to actually deal with it? I think that's one of the biggest questions, especially as we get to that mid to late game, because Kush, you know, he's not off to a rough start by any means, but now that you're working against a jungler who has 3 kills on you, when you find those early skirmishes, you have to be worried about where is best player. As you can see, he's zipping around. Wow.
Just like that, in the blink of an eye, they're going to force the issue. Oh, best player doesn't have enough energy quite yet. We're calling it off for now.
You see, now we're 3 minutes in the game here, Leo. And best player has 4 kills. At this point, this is like as best of a momentum start that you can have for an assassin, like basically a hyper carry assassin jungler. Now, as the game progresses, like the big question, like I said, does Ackerman have the tools to stop this from happening? Because how do you stop someone from flying around the map and just deleting one of your members in literally 3 seconds, right? That's the question. You have to expend a lot, and by a lot, that's either an ultimate or a battle spell. There's a setup here.
And there's a synchronized jump in. Nicolette saw it coming. She gets away with it, but just barely. That was Shark and best player winding up at about the same time.
You see what I mean? That was, so that good thing Nicolette didn't go down there. She had to expend her flicker and her yin-yang overturn to survive
cleanse.
that. And yeah, so you know, that's all expended. And now this leads into this next objective take. So the TheOhioBrothers is going to know that. They're down. At least Nicolette doesn't have the flicker. Can they profit off of that? I think that's one of the things here. We're going to see now Ackerman, though. They have a mind of their own. They want to deal with this. They don't want to just completely give it up. They start this turtle here. And you can see, right? Best player still spending some time there on the bottom. Going to put pressure where he can.
This is huge. It's a 5v5 at 5 for the second turtle. Look at the jump in by Ureshi in the back line. And the turtle still going over the best player despite the efforts of Kush. And there's a TJ getting on out of here. And a cult out there pops in. Ureshi finds one. Smashes Galaxy underneath their turret. And now Shark bounces on out of here. Still a win for the TheOhioBrothers.
Oh my goodness.
They weren't done. They weren't done.
You know, and they're still going, dude.
Oh! All right. If I was Nicolette, I would have stayed. Honestly, I thought it was done. Especially this is Kush was going to cover my back. But not like this. Oh, Kush trying to clear the wave. Finally, some peace and quiet on the map for now.
Okay. Again, momentous start. The Ohio Brothers not letting up at all. Some key pickups here for both teams. Galaxy, though, you know, still he's building this pretty much. It's an XP lane Grok, right? And you go with that damage capabilities. You're looking for the wild charge setups to knock off a good chunk of health, and then for there to be a follow-up. The problem is, again, you're needing time. And look at this off-camera kill. Nicolette getting deleted again here.
Best player. I'm not even sure if he was trying to go for Nicolette or the Diggy, right? I'm sure Twinks was also a pretty solid target. But if you get the Kagura, why not? There's a jump in by Shark. Reverse time, bombs away from Zia. Popping the altar at the perfect time. Hoon saves Shark, and they back out.
Man, right now it's just non-stop, isn't it? Like, this is the most action I feel like I've seen in a while here, even in our own region, this early on, back and forth. And this is actually, anytime there's a Fanny game, this is kind of the, so to speak, the perfect game. Look, he's looking for Zia.
Oh, still looking for what? And there wasn't enough velocity and speed amongst those two rocks for best player to pop Zia. Joseph, you were saying?
Yeah, as I was saying, this is to be expected when the Fanny game is in place, and that's why usually when that happens, right, you want to see the other team playing against the Fanny to really shut down the rotation, shut down the jungle, try to pretty much take the purple buff at least at all costs, right? Because at least that slows Fanny down. When you can't do that and you have this type of early start on any amazing Fanny player, this is what you have to deal with. This is the momentum. This is like the consequence of not being able to shut down the Fanny early game. So you're kind of just holding on for the ride, right? You're literally gripping the handlebars, being like, we got to stay on this ride. Like, we got to stay here until we get to late game.
Oh! Even Galaxy couldn't withstand best player's assault. Like, I flinched. I flinched when best player came in there. But they're still gonna force the issue. Hoon with a pull. Shark misses Kush by about an inch.
Best player bottom.
Oh, 2v1. He's doing all right. Man, you're talking about how many kills there were in such a short amount of time. We're looking at an average of maybe 1.2, 1.3 kills per minute. And a majority of them going to the Ohio Brothers.
That's the thing, right? Whatever angle you look at on the map, someone from the Ohio Brothers is flying around. Whether that's Shark jumping in, whether that's Hoon pretty much doing ghostly things with this Faramus pick.
Spooky.
And then best player just zipping around, right? Literally how Fannies do. So, and all of this to consider, the fact that how, you have to kind of counter around that, well then Basic this whole time is just farming up. So he's another pretty much problem from an angle you can't expect with the way that Claude works.
They tried to spot out best player, but even best player was built up enough to be able to withstand a few hits solo from Galaxy and Kush. Now up top, here's a little bit more trouble. Toinks just biding his time, making the most of that TJ once it does pop. Oh, man. This is hard. Best player alone can control a good quarter, half of the map just by himself. And there's a jump in, and banging the wet from Basic. Toinks pop the TJ, and the altar, a response from Hoon. They're trying to pop this tier 2, not gonna get it.
Okay, gotta commend Ackerman here. They held on to that tier 2 turret. They spent a lot of time up there, right? And also at the same time, Toinks didn't go down. So that is a small victory in this big piece of the puzzle they have to solve here for Ohio Brothers. It might be better that they just give the First Lord up instead of getting baited into pretty much contesting it, right? So another turret is taken down here in the tier 2 bottom lane. And so this is going to be the go signal for the Ohio Brothers to go ahead and secure the First Lord. And this is up to Ackerman, right? We have to just defend in our base, survive, and deal with this First Lord. Again, hold on for as long as possible on this ride because it's clearly being driven by the Ohio Brothers here.
And now that we're at this precipice, we have to consider what's the wave clear like for Ackerman. Because again, you mentioned earlier, this is the bed we made. We have to lay in it, right? We have to just hunker down and accept the situation. What's their base defense like? And I'm going to give them maybe 3.5 stars. It's not like abysmal. It's not disgusting, like 2.5, 3 stars. It's still pretty decent given that they have a Beatrix and a Kagura, but it's not like an Eve or Farsa level of clear. So they have to take care of that. Now, in mid, look at Shark threatening a jump. Ooh, they let him go.
Every time you see the cables out, it's like, oh no, here he comes. But right now, they have to defend this. It is only that first lore. They should be able to do it just fine, as they do. So Ackerman's still holding on here, 11 minutes into the game. They got a lead to deal with, though, as they still put pressure in the mid lane. Shark, though, charging up here. Okay, he doesn't commit, right? So there's still some discipline as well from the OhioBrothers. But Ackerman holding on for as long as they can. That's going to be crucial. Oh, no.
Shark misses, overshoots, but can basically take it. There's the flicker wild charge from Galaxy, and Shark understands the situation. Puts a recall right in Galaxy's face. You missed, good sir, you missed.
All right, again, turrets are going to go down here. OhioBrothers putting pressure around the map where they want to. Really, they have that nice, comfortable lead they can work around with.
Oh! Best player! Deep within enemy territory, still gets a kill on Nickel left. There's nothing for her to purify there, nothing to cleanse. That was just pure damage.
Yep, they're still going.
Oh, Reshi takes down an inhibitor up top. Poon pops an altar, saving the Lapu Lapu. And now mid's gonna be next up on the chopping block. And Push clearing the wave. Shark jumps into the back line. And Ackerman still defends. Another flicker.
Oh, okay,
and
actually, they're still going.
Wild charge, no one home.
All right, you see this is the thing, right? With the fact that they're 10K ahead, that's why they're getting away with this, right? That's why the OhioBrothers can do that. They poke back and forth, they disengage, they re-engage. It's just that item advantage they have. So Ackerman, I would say that they're still doing, given the fact they were behind massively, they still are 10K behind, but they're holding on longer. My biggest thing is, as the next Lord comes up, and you probably see Ackerman still kind of give that one up, unless they find a pick-off, which is what they're looking for, then they might be able to still defend and hold on for another one. But caught in a bad spot. Galaxy goes down there in the mid lane, all the while Lord spawn for the taking here.
As if they didn't need any more incentive to not contest. They take down Galaxy, and now Ackerman are just, again, forced to stay inside their own base. I think Kush has the, dream and hope to even touch his buffs right now.
Yeah, he... like I said, back minutes ago, about 10 minutes ago or so, when I said, best player had the 3-0 over Kush's 1 kill that he had, it was already going to look grim for him, because with that fact and the fact that this is such a comfort pick for best player, he's going to be all up in your jungle, and that's what he's done here, against Kush. So at this point, you're just a fancy hero, right? With Lancelot, you can do some cool things, but really you can't do that much, because you don't have any of the buffs you need. Any of your itemization might help you, but even Zia isn't where he needs to be to provide that follow-up damage. We saw that setup from Galaxy even earlier. They couldn't capitalize on that kill. So here we go. They got to defend on this one.
And now Reshi with the jump in. Bravest fighter spent up. Mid's gonna fall. There's a wild charge by Galaxy. Not much to capitalize on that. The base in jeopardy. Push. Spending his ult. Zia with the Beerus Passion clearing the wave. Ackerman can breathe here, but not for long, because there's another wave crashing in through mid. Poon and the rest of OhioBrothers not letting go and calling the B yet. Bottom gonna get pushed in as well.
Best player.
Shark, look at best player from the back lines. No one taken out just yet. And just like that, Ackerman's still breathing. They're still in this.
Yeah, you see what I mean? They have good defense, but at this point, your base is fully exposed. You're kind of just reacting. That's all you can do in these situations as Ackerman. When you're this far behind, you have to just react and then hopefully punish a mistake or an overzealous initiation from the OhioBrothers. That's the biggest thing you can do here if you're Ackerman, as they continue to hold on against these waves.
Oh, there's a jump in by Shark, and they're calling it. This might be the GGTJ. Called in by Toinks. They're still here. Galaxy flickers on out to survive. Just like that. Still no casualties.
That looked very dicey. I mean, for a second there. Oh, they actually flicker in.
They're still going! The Ohio Brothers have found the pressure point, and they're not letting go. That's 2 down from Ackerman. Make that 3. 2K on Hoon. Ladies and gentlemen, game 1 goes to TOB.
Man, that was almost, or was about 1 kill per minute there. And I think it was 16-1 at the end, about a 15 to 16 minute game. And what can we say? What can we say here, Leo? The fact that once we saw best player lock in that signature Fanny, that comfort, that pure comfort hero,
it happened.
You know it was going to be tough. And I was saying, man, I would love to see the assassin matchup in the jungle. That's what we got, but unfortunately, Kush couldn't play. You know, and he got 1 kill the entire game, and then really he just lost all space to work with here for the match. And a very dominant game from the Ohio Brothers, even though there was moments where Ackerman looked like they might be able to hold on longer in the game, because that was the answer for them. They really needed to hold on here. You can even see at the itemization, they didn't have exactly what they needed to solve this issue. I mean, even Nicolette, like, she had a hard time, man. 5 deaths, and it was always just best player hunting her down. And, you know, that's a tough situation to be in if you're especially, you know, in the mid lane and you get deleted in 3 seconds, no matter what you do.
Joseph, you're talking about Kush not being able to play as the jungler. Let's talk about Nicolette not being able to deal much damage. Like, she was always in jeopardy, right? If not from best player, even Shark or Hoon, the mid lane duo from the Ohio Brothers, always had her number. And that's why her stats look like this. This is, folks, again, after having watched and called a lot of Nicolette's matches from the past, this is not usually how she plays. This is not normal Nicolette. And that's what the Ohio Brothers have done. They have forced her to play out of her comfort, and that's, I guess, instrumental to this win.
Yeah, not only that, but I mean, even looking at the replay there for a second, you can see how much of a struggle it was, and that's the way it feels when you're. And this isn't just Nicolette. This is every lane when you have to worry about every single angle. You know, behind you, to the side of you, in front of you, because that's that's what was happening, man, with the lineup that they had under you. You know, you don't. There's just everything is happening all around you, and it's kind of like you're constantly trying to catch your breath, and that's kind of what we saw there for game number 1. So, you know, hopefully this time around, Ackerman, they just respect it. Maybe they just ban out the Fanny. They don't want to deal with it anymore, and then they secure what they need here for that first phase as we get through this second game draft.
Yep. I think this whole switch up, the fact that it's now Ackerman on the blue, should help alleviate that same kind of pressure. Again, this is why for the first half at least of both MPLs or most MPLs around the world, blue side recently has gotten a jump in win rate, right? Like, I think the win rate currently is sitting at about 54 to 46. That is what? Almost a 10% difference, a margin between those two. It's because you're able to clean up your draft the way that TOB did, like they did in game 1. So now it's Ackerman's turn. This should help them kind of, you know, level out the playing field.
Yeah, that's what you want to see, right? That's what you're hoping for. Again, you don't want to leave some of those, you know, options available for the Ohio Brothers to deal with. But I think nonetheless, whatever you really do in terms of this draft, it's like, take out those kind of options, right? The Fanny, for example, take out that at least, so that you don't have to scrap and scramble for basically your jungle, because that's where it's going to happen. You need to be able to secure that for yourself, and at the same time allow your lineup to really shine in terms of what is our game plan here, because we didn't even get to see the game plan, you know, from the previous game. It never got to that point. So this is why the draft is so important. And I know, you know, a lot of people think like we see the similar bans from across the regions, things like that. Well, really, if the banning is in your favor and then you get that priority pick, and I'm talking about that first pick, whatever that first pick is going to be here for Ackerman, it sets that course, it sets that pace. But I still haven't seen the Fanny ban. I don't think the Ohio Brothers maybe want to like pick it up first, unless they decide to, based off game 1. But I hope to see the Fanny banned here in this first phase, because again, that was one of the biggest things for me. Snowball potential is huge in teams like this. And that's exactly
Joseph,
what happened.
What made the Fanny so strong in game 1 was the fact that there was no stop to it. There was no foil. And it only happened, yes, because it wasn't banned in the first phase, nor in the second. They were able to get away with it and really just leave the onus of solving the problem solely on Nicolette. And that was too much pressure for Ackerman. So, yeah, I'd say they better have an answer for that now. And it looks like they're going to try to choke down on it. It looks like they're going to try to make the selection of junglers smaller so that the Fanny isn't as free.
Interesting too, because if this time, again, if you're Ackerman, you want to be able to get to the point where your lanes can shine, and it starts always in the early game. That's why I say, jungle is so important early on really being able to secure that, because you saw pretty much a lot of focus on Kush to allow him to have that first early rotation, but things just fell apart, right? So, and then the momentum built. Now, the TheOhioBrothers, knowing these players, knowing how they play, I mean, together, and the synergy that is there, it's not just that they're jungler that they can rely on, right? Not just best player. You saw as things kind of fell into place throughout the game, again, every lane was popping off. So if you're Ackerman, what is your answer? It starts in the jungle, but then from there, really building that foundational game plan. Now, we're going to see the first pick in a second. Off the bat, Valentina's still available. If they want a safe option, that's probably the safest hero to go with. Let's take the Valentina. Let's see what that first phase is going to be. There it is.
And with that, the Faramis isn't as clear of a pick for Hoon. Now swinging back to the TheOhioBrothers, they can also pick up the Farsa, which is uncannily available right now. You have the Farsa, you have the Fredrin. Those are solid picks, but you can only get 2.
Yep.
So they can get Mel Farsa here, but still it's pretty dangerous because, again, you don't want to give it away. So no rush. It's a lapu-lapu.
Okay, so they lock in their gold lane option right away. They don't want to let that slip through. The lapu-lapu secured as well. We've seen this again. This is even the previous game. Yureshi, very comfortable pick for him. Very playmaker potential for the lapu-lapu with the way that everything works here. So even with this, right, now you have your next 2 picks for Ackerman. You've already got yourself the Valentina. Do you want to lock in your jungle option? Do you want to lock in your XP lane option? Because you could, with the Yuzhong and the Glue and Joy, already banned out, what does Galaxy want to bring to that XP lane, right? I think that's one of the biggest things, especially against a lapu-lapu here. They throw in the Martiz for the jungle, again, opting for that utility style, and they pick up the Beatrix so that the gold lane isn't narrowed down in that second phase.
So with this, I don't know how they're willing to flex a Martiz into the XP lane. Definitely one of the more underwhelming picks there. So for the TheOhioBrothers, they still need to give something over to Hoon. I wonder if they're willing to wait for Hoon to get picked up in the last phase, because Nicolette already revealed herself. I think this might be a Shark pick. This might be Shark or best player. I'm thinking.
I think, you could hold on your mid lane option. Hoon has a lot of options himself that he can go with in that hero pool of his. But here, if you want to go ahead and secure yourself the roam, probably the best case scenario for Shark to deal with. There it is. They go actually with the Diggy here to deal with whatever is going to be thrown at them. And at the same time, if you look at these first 3 picks, what does a Valentina want to utilize, right? I mean, there isn't a lot of great options so far. I mean, Time's Journey is great. You get a lot of utility there, but do you really want to, take that? So now that we've gone through this first phase for both teams, this is, again, where I'm wondering, right? Do we see possibly just a respect ban towards Fanny go out here? Because that's where we saw it previous game, second phase.
If you're talking about Ackerman, yes. But if you're the TheOhioBrothers, I think it's safe to say that the Martiz is the jungler, right? So now they're closing up gaps for Ureshi to get a great game. Again, you take out the Esmeralda. Would not be surprised if I don't know, is Minchitar worth banning anymore? Yeah, in this series, at least compared to the first couple that we've casted, right, today here for NACT, they really don't care much about Minchitar.
Yeah. I don't know why. I think the utility is still maybe he's just seen as like utility. Like he just has the utility, right? I mean, you can land the spear, you can get the King's Calling off, but even then, like we saw in the previous series where it wasn't enough to actually convert to kills just yet. So they don't opt for that. The last couple bans though, going to be the Hilda. See, this is what makes me think, because of that Hilda ban, like they want to go for the Fanny, right? Because Hilda's usually one of the best answers here for a Fanny pick. So this last ban from Ackerman should be just to cover your base so that game one doesn't happen again. Just ban it out, man. Just ban the Fanny.
Just do it. No, but I think they'll spend this last ban here for another Hoon hero. That's what I'm thinking.
You thinking Hoon?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, man.
Eve, one of them.
Farsa Eve. Either way, okay. They ban out the lane.
What? All right.
Interesting. If this is where if we do see this again, Fanny locked in for the TheOhioBrothers, I think they're going to be going for the same thing. Unless, again, Ackerman can just be like, yo, we have an answer. Like, we know what to do this time. Like, maybe that's what they're saying. Like, let's make up for it. And again, it hasn't been locked in just yet. But interesting last ban there because, you thought Hoon, and which would, make sense too. But at the same time, you're still thinking, like, what does the TheOhioBrothers want to lock in for that mid lane? Is it possible that we see even a Diggy in the hands of Hoon?
I wouldn't hedge my bets on it. That doesn't seem right. A mid Diggy?
Unless it's a switch up. It could... we've seen mid Diggy before.
I guess. But under very specific circumstances. Now, it looks like we're not going to see the Fanny. Best player was happy with his Game 1 Fanny.
Like
not going to blemish that record. So they're going to stick to their guns here. Going to pick up a Karina. And,
okay.
I think that's it. Yep, Ackerman's gonna go ahead, play the Ube, get that Estes, and plant the Tams in the XP lane.
I like I like how this looks for Ackerman if they can really work with that, especially that Estes pick, the Ube, like people pretty much call it at this point. But yeah, I think the TheOhioBrothers are even doing a good job at just kind of avoiding the Valentina's option to take great ultimates, but there it is. That's the pick for Hoon. You mentioned it earlier, the Eve of the Farsa. This is going to be the Eve. So yeah, you have Rome, Diggy, you have the Eve in the mid lane, and work is going to be cut out again for Ackerman to really utilize the Estes pick. And Thamus, you have your own thoughts about Thamus that I've heard you say many times, in the XP lane.
Yep, Thamus is basically a catch-all. Like, he really doesn't do much compared to the likes of a Yu Zhong or an Arlott. But when the going gets tough, like, you can expect the Tams to hold it down when he needs to. So I think that's what Ackerman needed. So yeah, even if Ureshi can do better in team fights, he's going to have to get away from Galaxy first. And I'm not sure Galaxy's going to let that happen so easily. So yeah, going into game 2, I think Ackerman knows what tempo the TheOhioBrothers want to go at. Let's see if they're ready to dance here.
5 seconds.
Well, we get loaded up here. Game number 2, Ackerman and the TheOhioBrothers. Again, hopefully this is not a sweep, right? We would love a 3-game series, as this is potentially the last game of the evening. Right, here we go. Both teams getting lined up here. And, like we said, Ackerman, this time around, I feel like they have much better control, right? In terms of like how this game should flow out for them. The control is going to be there. Nothing too fancy. And I think Nicolette, if she doesn't have to deal, again, with that Fanny like she did in the previous game where you're like 0-3 at 3 minutes in or 4 minutes in, as long as you can utilize this Valentina pick and have a pretty safe early game, and which we've seen her do before, it should be fine. But you can already see the pressure that even the TheOhioBrothers want to put on Kush once again, as all things kind of lead up into that first objective if they can find that or an early kill early on.
Well, between Kush and Nicolette, I think that is a healthy amount of pressure. But now best player meets up with Galaxy. Let's see if they can finish the job. Here comes Kush. Dashing on through, knocking up Ureshi. Might be it for the Lapu Lapu. Spending no flickers, already used up. Down goes the Lapu Lapu. Ackerman draws first blood.
All right, great start here, right? That first blood going in the hands of Kush. going to have a much better start this time around. So we'll see if they can actually use that to get that first objective secured for Ackerman here. Again, the pressure is being put on, especially top side, but you can see a response too from the Ohio brothers, right? They want to put pressure on Zia. They got Toinks pretty much staying there for the majority of the time, right? Really just kind of babysitting that lane until this first turtle comes up. You're going to see him now rotating up there to provide that sustain and pretty much that Ube strat we see with the Estes, but already Ackerman making quick work of this first turtle.
Oh, here we go, best player. Oh, he's just going to be made aware that thou shalt not pass. That's a clean turtle take for Ackerman. I think that early game flub, that first blood onto Oreshi might have cost him that first turtle. And now I think Ohio Brothers just have to deal with the situation. They have to accept the fact that, yeah, we have to wait until our next power spike, until the next time it's our turn to be on the initiative, and then we can go for that.
Yeah, I feel like it's always, you know, well, hold on, action top side.
Galaxy gets a BF in his face, pop in the Connor's Inferno, he survives.
Okay, so crisis averted there for Galaxy. He's going to lose, though, a little bit of that gold over to Yoreshi, who needs to make up for that, you know, early death that he had. But here's the thing is, you see a lot of pressure being put also on the bottom side. You don't want to allow Zia to just get to the point where Beatrix is going to be unloading on people, whether that's with the Renner, whether that's with any of the guns available to him, right? And you can see, again, Toinks just planting himself there. I think one of the biggest things, though, is the difference from the previous game, game number 1, where Shark was very active, right? Playing that Kufra, setting things up, whereas now he's kind of just reactive. He has to be reactive here, protecting Basic the best he can. Kush, though.
Watch out. Nicolette was waiting there. Now Hoon trying to protect best player with the RWM, and there's the knock-up from Kush. Best player survives, and just like that, ults have been spent, but no one dies.
Good trigger discipline there also from Shark. Like I was mentioning, you know, the fact that he's just got to be very reactive here on this Digipick instead of the initiator, right? Now this time, the Ohio Brothers is relying on other tools, other people to find those initiations. And if they don't find them, that's okay. Like, they have the tools to respond. But Ackerman, on the other hand, again, really dependent on what does Nicolette take here.
Oh! The DPS from Zia was just too much. Oh, Shark didn't expect that to be so quick.
Yeah, that was some big damn, you know, already early on. This is what I was saying, though. Like, you don't want Zia to get to that point. And that's why earlier we saw so much pressure on the bottom side, you know, from the Ohio Brothers, because now you've got Toinks kind of pretty much rotating up for these objective takes, leaving Zia to his own, especially now the fact that he has this early kill up to this point. This probably is just going to be another turtle going in the hands of Ackerman. They're off to a great start here as they slowly but surely work on this gold lead. But the Ohio Brothers responding by, again, putting pressure bottom side. But here comes the response team.
Oh, Zia unloads, clearing the wave. Here comes Nicolette, spotted out by best player. And they'll just take the gold crab here. Something to note, it's about 100 seconds till the next turtle. And earlier, best player was actually ahead of XP from Kush. I wonder what allowed Kush to actually catch up. Now Shark in trouble. Oh, look at Kush from the backside, forcing out a time's journey. Basically, planting himself between the opponent and his roamer. This is weird. The gold laner protecting the roamer.
Yeah, I think he's got to do that. Basic's got his work cut out for him, but the rest of the team is here now.
Oh, Nicolette. Spotted up by Hoon. There's the RWM. Look at best player from the back. Nicolette uses a TJ of her own. And now it's 4v4. Here comes the XP laners from the west. And a sniper shot. Hoon blocks it from Shark going home.
Oh, Basic still there, right? And I'm not sure if he's going to try to unlead here.
Oh, he does. Pulls the trigger. Spotted out by Kush from the back line.
Oh, no.
Between a rock in a hard place. Down he goes. Shark couldn't save him.
I don't think he meant, or maybe he just felt like he needed to pop out at that moment, but it seemed like he kind of got out of the vision and he's like, oh, crap, you know, let me just inspire and unload here because, or he was just, that's his only option, right? But at that point, you know, with Basic going down here, it's going to be tough for him to continue to work around that Galaxy, though.
Oh, And Ureshi catches Galaxy with the tail end of that BF. And, yep, best player says, nope, never mind.
This is why. This is why Thamus is the way he is. Very safe, and for the most part, you can just leave Thamus to his lane, even if it's 2 versus 1. So this is all going to result Ackerman taking a clean sweep on the turtles. They grab the 3rd one here. So now they're in a great position, right? They've got a little bit of a lead. They can now focus on getting the space to work with.
Oh, RWM by Hoon. Keeping him in place. Look at Zia from the back line. Ureshi welcomes him with love. And that's a double kill for next Evos' former XP laner. And there's a Counter Inferno plus a Vengeance from Galaxy. And going home, there's the pullback. Best player gets a kill. 3 for none so far for the Ohio brothers. Best player's not done. Nicolette pushing him back. And just like that, POV are back on the map.
Oh, they're actually going to be putting pressure here. Going to grab that tier 1. You thought it looked so good for Ackerman to do, transition from that 3rd turtle take and then focus on that tier 1. They end up getting punished though. So as we take a look here at that replay, this is just, at the moment where pretty much Ureshi came down, perfect timing. There's the reverse time, bringing Galaxy back too, so they can capitalize on that kill. And, things fell into place in that team fight for the Ohio brothers here. So Ackerman, with that lead that they did have, it's now been diminished. It's swapped around. Let's see if they can get it back, right? Because this is now the moment where the Ohio brothers puts the pressure on everybody.
Points gets pulled back. RWM. Shark gets popped first. Point can get traded out. Roamer for Roamer. So far, look at this. Nicolette and Kush trying to go for a sandwich play. Hoon gets caught out in Nicolette's RWM, and the flicker out by Hoon, but basically still bites it. Almost won that duel against Zia, but the former mid laner from M3 says nay.
You see that though, right? Like, that is pretty scary to see how much damage basically already has, even at this point. So, they got to watch out that we know how Melissa kind of scales up into games, especially later on when it's just an auto attack monster with the Inspire. And also the fact that you now have pretty much the Sea Halberd, now something to deal with Twinks here. So as we transition to the Lord fights, that item pickup alone is going to be crucial in how the pacing of the fight turns out, how much sustainability Ackerman can play around with. The best thing for them is if they can actually just get a pick off, have the numbers advantage. But, we're still seeing it. It's about even across the board here in terms of gold, as that first Lord is pretty much anybody's taking. But it all comes down to that execution factor for both of these teams. And the fact, too, one of the biggest things for Ackerman is to deal with the times journey. If you can get that out, and say Nicolette also takes that, this is where the hard part is. Do I take the times journey if I'm Nicolette, or do I take the real world manipulation, right? What is going to help us better secure these objectives? And that's something that is going to play a part here. So we can see them already poking down.
Best player in trouble here. But the half health. In comes Galaxy. Pops the Counter Inferno. Best player trying to run away. TJ. Here comes Hoon. Watch Ureshi. Finds him. BF into 3. There's a knockup by the Lord. Best player still gets it despite not having a retribution. Spends it now in the big team fight. Down goes Zia. Down goes Kush. Galaxy gonna follow through as well. 3 for none so far. And Ackerman are sent home. Best player's not done. Twinks hiding underneath his tier 2 down top. Oh, he's sandwiched between Ureshi, Shark, and best player. Oh, this poor Estes. What's he to do? And there's a BF jumping in. Best player finishes the job.
Oh, man, just like that, in a snap of a finger, the Ohio brothers coming in dominant here for this portion of the game, working around that first Lord take.
Oh, the rubber banding effect, Joseph. Earlier, we were looking at what? 26K to 26K. Now, suddenly, it's 4K ahead for the Ohio brothers. Make that 5 as Ackerman defends this level 1 Lord. So at least Ackerman can breathe easy knowing that they're still in this, and they still have all their inhibitors. Shark getting bursted down, and there's the RWM. The response by Hoon. Will this play with their life? Yes, she does. Traded out for Ureshi, though. 2 deep behind enemy lines. 1 for 1 so far.
Still going to be looking for these inhibitor turrets. Couple hits away here. It was a great effort, too, from Nicolette, but still, this might result in losing that mid turret. Again, the Ohio brothers, a lot to work around with here. Basically, grabbing that orange buff. This is going to be huge for them. Shark
That's a snipe. Putting Shark at about 1 HP. They're trying to pop Kush. Best player finds him. The base here. Put at half health. RWM, the answer back. Dia goes down. That's 4 members of the Ohio Brothers thinking if they can finish. They're going to pressure this bottom lane inhibitor. Take it down eventually. Here comes Ureshi. Oh, Joseph, I can smell it. I think Ohio Brothers can too.
They might be looking to end it here. They're still seeing if they can, poking down as much as possible. Crystal half health here.
In comes Ureshi. BF. Despite the pop in the bench and another Inferno, he goes down. It's just Nicolette and point. Here comes Kush. It's going to be enough of a defense. Now Z is back. 4 members of Ackerman back on board. Ohio Brothers calling out.
Okay, so now they're going to go ahead and push that top a little bit, but it doesn't look like they're going to commit to it. Takes the purple buff here. Ackerman holds on, but look at this. Like I mentioned, you've got 2 items now for the Ohio Brothers. You got that Sea Halberd, you got the Necklace of Durans here to deal with that sustain, with that heal coming out from Toink. So at this point, it's really hard to work around that, right? Especially the firepower just there for the Ohio Brothers. And you're seeing it, right? At this point, like I mentioned, you get to that mid to late game transition. Basically, all he has to do is pop Inspire and auto attack. Sometimes he doesn't even have to use Inspire. He just auto attacks and people die. So that is a problem that Ackerman has to deal with. And how can they work around that? Well, Zia has to be in the position to convert kills, follow through with some of the CC provided from Ackerman. But, you know, at this point, as the next Lord is just going to go in the hands of the Ohio Brothers, you've got to be able to have a successful defense here. Big item pickups also across the board for the Ohio Brothers are going to make it much harder for Ackerman to defend against. Not to say they can't do it, but especially if they can find a pick off here, that's going to be huge for an advantage if they find it.
4v1, Ureshi. Oh, he understands the situation here. The fact that there's no turrets left, and now even Zia might die. 1v4, Ureshi survives. Zia as well, RWM flickering on out. The ult already spent in by Toinks. Down goes basically. Galaxy as well falls. And just like that, they're still waiting for the Lord. They are going to get this top lane inhibitor down, though. But at the price of Peter Bryce, I'm not so sure that's worth it.
If the price is right, let's find out here. They got to work with this Lord. The Ohio Brothers down a huge component of the damage department. They are going to get this top inhibitor turret, though.
Push. Playing with fire. Shoots off. It's Hoon who catches the bullet. And just like that, the Ohio Brothers, they need to be patient. They still couldn't finish.
Okay. They completely exposed the base of Ackerman. That was a clutch snipe from Zia. That's exactly what they need to hope happens, right? Take out, basically, you see how much firepower is gone from the Ohio Brothers. Not to say that they're completely out of the woods yet, but it's a good start here. Ackerman going to go ahead and secure the buff for Zia. Still get as much gold as they need. They still have to catch up a little bit, right? Still about 10K, 9 to 10K behind here. They got the work cut out for them, but I think in the next minute and a half or so, when that Lord comes up, it's up to Ackerman to decide, do we get a pick off early on? Do we contest that Lord? They just can't get picked off here by the Ohio Brothers because that's what we see them looking for.
Look at the angle from Ureshi. The RWM already spent it. Look at Ureshi! Oh, finding Toinks here. Down he goes. Best player finishes the job. There's a knock-up from Kush. Immortality pop. Down goes Zia. Galaxy and Nicolette trying to make their way onto the scene. Best player taken out. 2 for 1 so far. The trades basically conserving himself. Putting up the BTK sticker. Gets blasted by Nicolette. Now it's a 3v2. Kush and Nicolette versus the world. Can they do it? Ureshi still BFing away. Immortality still here. Kush gets popped. Now it's just Nicolette. How will she do this? She has a fresh wave just put up, but it's just her. RWM sent by Hoon.
Oh, no.
And that's all she wrote, folks. The Ohio Brothers are taking this series.
There they go. You got Toinks up here, but that's going to be it. Ohio Brothers in a sweep. Taking the series again against Ackerman here. What a match for game number 2 that we just had. It looked a lot better for Ackerman in the start. But unfortunately, again, similar situation. They just lost the map to work around, the movement that they could work around, and it all just kind of crumbled mid to late game there. And you could really see, again, they put pressure where they had to. You know, they really did. They put focus, but eventually there gets a point when the Estes pick, if it's countered, obviously, with the itemization, and then the way that team fights unfold, the heal is not enough. It's not going to be enough. And, you know, with the way that Melissa works with the Eve pick, and then they have both the pretty much anti-heal items, it's really hard to deal with. And as we take a look here at this game, how it unfolded, again, 16 minutes in, Ackerman had one turret. Like, that's what I mean by space. They didn't have any space to work with, although they did get the turtles, right? They secured themselves the 3 turtles, but at that point, it was like OhioBrothers, they didn't care about those. They're like, give up the turtles, we'll get the lords, we'll get to where we need to be to counter the pretty much trump card, which was what Ackerman wanted to play around with, which was the, you know, the fact that, hey, we do have sustainability. We do have twinks on this Estes. And that's why I think the OhioBrothers was like, we don't want to fight those turtles, man. Like, just leave it. We don't have the items to counter into that healing, and we'll just play it this way. And so even though Shark he had to play differently from game 1, right? He was really protecting basically, especially early on. So, you know, that's what we saw here. And even with Yureshi, having those moments once again on a Lapu Lapu pick where he can just initiate, sometimes cutting people off as well, really utilizing that Bravest Fighter flicker combination and everything else. It worked so well for them here, things falling into place.
Absolutely. And like you guys mentioned, the Ackerman have their trump card. They have some tactics that they're trying to utilize to get themselves back in the game. But it seems like the OhioBrothers has a counter to every counter pick that they can think of, and they're just playing on a different level. And like what Naisu mentioned earlier, the OhioBrothers are just attacking at every level. So the Ackerman have to watch out at every lane, every direction, and the OhioBrothers is just proving themselves that they are up for the ultimate goal, which is MSC. They're preparing themselves against top teams around the world, and the NA is just their journey to get there. But that's not what they're preparing for. And now, even though many more matches and series to come, but it seems like the OhioBrothers are getting themselves ready for the international scene.
I am glad and I am blessed to have been a witness to this match. And the way you put it, Liz, yeah, likely it might actually be the OhioBrothers who's flying out to Cambodia to see the world, because the way that they played against number 2 here, all right, the way that they played against number 2 made that gap seem like light years apart. And I don't know what the other teams in NACT have to do to be able to close that gap, because the OhioBrothers have proven what a lot of us have been thinking. And yeah, I didn't expect that this would have been a sweep. Yes, I predicted it, but now that it's happened, I don't know how to feel. I don't know how to say.
Yeah, I didn't predict it as a sweep either. You know, I thought 2-1, but even best player, the fact that he was able to just, his performance from game 1 and even game 2 here, this time on the Karina, played really well into how strong the synergy is in the OhioBrothers. And I feel like that's a testament to a lot of people. Yureshi even jumping in here, cutting people off. This is what I'm talking about. The components of synergy for the OhioBrothers work so well. So look, everybody's down. Best player comes in. He was just getting his buff, and then he capitalizes on what his team has done. And that's why things kind of fall into place for the OhioBrothers, what we've seen up to this point. And, you know, yeah, teams are trying to figure that out. Some teams, you know, might have glimpses of it, but they've got the work cut out for them to get to that point where the OhioBrothers have. Again, there's tons of talent here in NA, and one of the missing things for a lot of these teams is just that synergy factor. So whatever that is, the shot calling, synergy, following the leader, and really highlighting on their strengths, that's what needs to happen to really contest against a team like the OhioBrothers.
And best player indeed will be the MVP for today's match. And with his Fanny, I mean, Fanny isn't even a top pick for a lot of the professional league in the C server. Not a lot of people are able to play Fanny and to play so many different assassins as well as other jungle roles. And what do you guys think? Is the OhioBrothers, is best player ready for the international scene?
Oh yeah, for sure, no question. The fact that in today's matchup, in today's best of three, in their bout against Ackerman, best player is the best Ohio brother. All right, not to say that the other members weren't great, because again, I was also thinking maybe Oreshi or Hoon could be given the MVP nod, but yeah, the fact that it's best player who is consistent and is able to dig himself out of both a bad situation like in game 2 or when he's just dominating and taking names, dropping bodies like in game 1 on the Fanny, yeah, he does deserve this MVP nod. So yeah, you'll see here in the highlights how he just plays both roles so well.
Yeah, it's a very strong performance, from best player. But like I said, I think, he's allowed to get to that point because he starts momentum for the team. And then the rest of the team kind of shines off of that. And then usually late game, it transitions, right? And that's always the kind of the transition, the pacing we see from a lot of these games up, especially to the highest level, where junglers obviously setting the pace. They're commanding, the team's kind of trend early on with the objectives. But then you get your gold laners to shine and XP laners and everything else. So, all together, that's the biggest thing. The Ohio brothers just have this synergy figured out. They know the calls, they know the plays, they play around that, and best player is one of those ones that just sets the early momentum for them to shine off of.
For sure, and he's not someone that you guys are familiar with yet. If they do proceed to the MSC, this will be his debut on the international screen in front of the whole world, and we will see their performance then if it happens. Now, as we are closing today's matches, let's take a look at the updated standings for all the teams, as well as a review of today's schedule. So, as we've updated the schedule with today, we've only had 3 matches so far. We had Area 77 versus Wasians at a 2-0 sweep, reverse sweep. That's in favor of Wasians. That's something that none of our casters predicted. And then we had the Empire versus BTK. BTK is really pulling through and showing them that they're still one of the best teams in North America at a 2-0 sweep. And in the end, we had TheOhioBrothers versus Ackerman at 2-0. Once again, the Ohio brothers proving themselves that they are on a different level and they are ready to fight. Now, moving forward to next week, we are going to look. We are going to be witnessing all the matches. Let's hope that LaimiTop will come back next week against Fallout. But this week they did forfeit, so two games, 2 wins to the Fallout.
I actually am a little, how do I say? I don't know how to feel because today we missed out on one series, right? And we cut straight to the most awaited TOB versus Ackerman matchup, and that feels like I got my dessert without eating my veggies, right? Like I did finish my meal. Like I cut through a course and then straight to what everybody was looking forward to. But then again, I'm just happy to be part of NACT. I think Naisu shares the same sentiments.
Yeah, definitely. Again, we've been involved for a few seasons now to this point, and it, even though today technically was like a day of sweeps, I would say that overall the way that these teams have developed and, new teams have come forth, new names have come forth, and then, teammates that have been together before have now split up and they're on different teams. It's always interesting to follow this kind of storyline of NA. And I know, people still say like, how strong can NA be on the international level? Well, I feel like it's proof now how strong NA can be. Now, yes, you haven't won a world title or an M series just yet, but it's obviously going to happen eventually. I feel like the skill gap, I would say, for the longest time was quite wide, and every NACT season it gets closer and closer and closer. Right? Watching the TheOhioBrothers here makes me almost feel like I'm watching a team in the MPL. So they obviously have the capability to really compete at the highest level here.
And for sure, and you guys are here to witness witness how the NA is progressing so far. And as we see on the screen here, we have the updated standings between the top 8 teams. So the Fallout has made it to 7th, and then we still have the Empire Area 77 at 5th and 6th. Ooh. And Wasians today have made their rank up all the way to 4th, and they are one team that we need to look out for. They are a dark horse. They have progressively proven that their so-called surprise picks have made it work, and we have to look out for that. And it really brought our casters today to surprise as well.
If we ended the season here and went to playoffs tomorrow, this would have been our top 4. I'm not so sure if the NA community is ready for that. That's why the tight battle between 4, 5, and 6 is something you have to watch out for. Definitely in the coming weeks that's left in the regular season, watch out for Wasians, the Empire, and Area 77. Hell, I'm not even sure if Fallout even has a chance, because again, they're both 9 and 13 there. So yeah, that's also just as tight.
For sure. And now we will look at tomorrow's schedule. So for tomorrow, we have Fallout versus Area 77, the TheOhioBrothers versus LaimiTop. We will be seeing LaimiTop tomorrow. Hopefully everything works out. And then Ackerman versus BTK in the second half, as well as Wasians versus the Empire. So with Wasians versus the Empire, it would also be a tight match to look out for.
I'm excited.
I am too, and I'm glad we got to join today together. Even though it was early morning here, it was still a lot of fun to watch. Like Leo said, it was like jumping to dessert, but at the same time, I'll be watching tomorrow, and I really want to keep my eyes too on the Ackerman BTK matchup. I want to see how that unfolds, because like we mentioned, at this point in the season, things, especially in the 1 to 3 place, 1 to 4 place, a lot of things can happen here. Like we were surprised earlier today with the first series. So I can't wait to see it unfold. I really can't wait to see who all ends up where for the playoffs. But I do say that the TheOhioBrothers, they need someone to catch up to them a little bit here and really possibly give them the first loss. But again, I'm so glad to be a part of it. So thank you for having me here today.
Same. Always a pleasure to be at your service here in NACT. But just the same tomorrow, another reason in case the matches weren't enough, you guys might want to watch, because our good friends kay Sam Wolf Napueto and Gideon Q will be calling the matches. So yeah, those are another couple of C casters joining in. So definitely worth the watch.
And is always honored to have you guys join us here in the NA community and watch how this community grows and guide us, because you guys have been casting for so long in the Seas server. You guys have casted so many world events, and it's always good to have your expertise to see how our NA community is doing. And we are looking so forward to seeing Naisu at the final, and hopefully we'll get Leo back sometime soon as well. But yeah, make sure you follow these casters on their individual social media profiles, and watch out for tomorrow's matches, because we will have pro casters again from C's server to join us in this week 5. So it's a really special week to be here. And yeah, thank everybody for joining in and watching the stream, continuing support and the NA community as well as the NACT. And yeah, keep fighting, enjoy the games, and make sure to keep light at heart and always have a passion for ML. But yeah, see you guys tomorrow at the same time, 5:30 p.m. and don't be late.